Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the regular governing board meeting on June 28th, 2022 to order at 7:14 p.m. Please let the roll call reflect that all members are present, and if you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence if you are able. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Our first action of business is the principal of Anthem School. Do I have a motion?
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation for the principal of Anthem School, who would be, drumroll, Tyson Kelly.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Zurbach?
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, we are pleased to be here this evening to bring forth to you our recommendation for the principal of Anthem School, Mr. Tyson Kelly. Mr. Kelly has many years of head principal experience at the K-8 level. He has a strong track record of building many community partnerships around his school, and he also has a track record of building strong student and staff climates at the schools that he has been at. And for that reason, again, we are very pleased to bring him here before you tonight. So it is our recommendation for him to be principal at Anthem School.
Excellent. Board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Kelly, on being the new principal. If you would like, we'd like to hear a few words from you.
President O'Brien, Governing Board, Dr. Finch. It's great to be here tonight, and thank you for the confidence in my abilities to take on Anthem School. I look forward to reconnecting with the community. I look forward to connecting with its staff. I look forward to meeting the kids and really finding out where Deer Valley and Anthem want to grow, and then continue its growth in order to make a great school.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. So I'm going to take this time to pause for just a second for those of you who might be wanting to leave. If
You mean that group
you were
over there with
just
the
here
balloon?
for the Anthem principal announcement, I would ask you to head out to the lobby for your celebration.
They have balloons.
I know, they're going to take their balloons with them for the celebration. Thank you for joining us all. Congratulations. Yes. All right. With that, we are going to go to our district reports. And our first and only district report is our grading and reporting in DVUSD Part 2. And for that, we'll be going to Dr. Galligan.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and community members. Tonight we will present additional information about grading and reporting in Deer Valley Unified School District. The presentation this evening will be delivered by Campus Administrator Ray Utter and district personnel, which include Kathy White, Director of Academics and Assessment, Michelle Coots, Instructional Technology Specialist, and myself. We are also grateful to Ari Quadra, who is a Power School developer and a DVUSD high school parent, for joining us tonight in the event that there are questions about Power Teacher Pro Gradebook. Tonight's presentation is the second of two parts. Part one was presented in the previous governing board meeting on June 14th. As just a quick reminder, the first part of the report focused on DVUSD's journey in updating and reforming grading practices, the purpose or the why behind the need for changes, the goals of the solutions implemented, and the connection between our professional learning communities, or PLCs, learning standards, multi-tier systems of support, and grading. This evening, we will talk about the preparations for grading changes that have been employed, logistical pieces around grade reporting, communication plans, and next steps.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and community members, we will begin with the professional development opportunities that have been presented for our educators. As discussed during part one of this report, grading and reporting are interconnected with other key areas for our district: professional learning communities, or PLCs, the teacher clarity process to design instruction and around standards, and multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS. Professional development in each of these areas is crucial to the support of the others. Professional development is delivered in multiple ways with external sources at the district level and at the campus level. By utilizing external sources, we have been able to connect with experts in the field of grading and reporting. We have brought in experts to present to teachers and staff. We have sent administrators and teacher leaders to conferences to immerse themselves in the learning, and we have set up Zoom calls, meetings, site visits, and webinars with other schools and districts in the country and state, as well as with gradebook technical experts and Power Schools developers. At the district level, time is dedicated for professional development on the standards-based mindset at monthly pre-K-12 administrator conferences and principal level meeting time. A Canvas course on grading and reporting was created for school leaders to use with staff and is available to all educators. This self-paced course can be completed by individuals, groups, and groups of educators, or used as a resource when specific information is needed. Sessions on rubrics and gradebooks have been presented during district events such as Tech Fest, January 3rd In-Service Day, and the PLC Summit, of which 800 educators participated this past May. PLC coaches, HR mentors, mentors and curriculum instruction and assessment specialists have delivered targeted training to specific groups based on need or request. At the campus level, administrators have designed professional development plans for their staff to meet specific needs of their teachers in areas of PLCs, teacher clarity, MTSS, and grading. The professional development opportunities are conducted during pre-service, early release days, staff meetings, and department or level meetings, prep talks, and the January in-service day. Administrators have been provided with planning guides, checklists, and PD of their own during monthly pre-K-12 administrative conferences. The professional development planning documents reference several district training resources, including several modules in the grading and reporting Canvas course for understanding the standards-based mindset, removing the behavior from academic reporting, and using the new grade scales and gradebook. There are also training courses on teacher clarity and advanced teacher clarity and rubrics. Teachers are provided with grading and reporting guidances in the Promotion, Retention, Acceleration, and Grading Guidelines, or PRAGs, for K-6 and 7 to 8 grade levels, and the Grading, Reporting, and Graduation Guide, or GRAG, for high school level. The guides are updated annually by teams of educators. Resources for building rubrics are available for each content area with performance level descriptors, examples, and links to additional resources. For example, K-12 math teachers have access to a resource provided by the Arizona Department of Education called the Mathematics Item Specifications. In this document, performance level descriptors for each standard are provided. Here is an example for 5th grade math. The standard as listed is listed at the top. And descriptors of what demonstration of that standard at each level should look like are listed. Here's an example of the performance level descriptors for 8th grade English Language Arts. The standard code is listed on the left, and the descriptions of what a demonstration of that standard at each level would look like are listed to the right of the standard code. Here's an example of a performance level descriptors for 6th grade social studies. The standard is listed at the top, and descriptions of what a demonstration of that standard at each level would look like are listed below. Not all subject areas have state-created performance level descriptors, so teacher teams along with curriculum specialists have created descriptors for each performance level and made them available in shared folders or on Canvas. For example, here's a rubric measuring a standard in visual arts. Here is an example of some broad standards-related areas for high school dance. This is an example of performance level descriptors for professional skills or CTE courses. To save time and energy, teacher teams can create rubrics that are able to be used for multiple assignments. For example, here's a rubric for math cool downs. This rubric can be used over and over for different things. Another resource for teachers is the Grading and Reporting Canvas course, which provides training on the purpose for grading reform, procedural information, and gradebook setup instructions. There is a grading and reporting portal page for educators that houses links to helpful documents and information, and a new Power Teacher Pro Gradebook Google Slide document for teachers to reference. The district's Gale ebook library or professional library, which can be accessed from the district start page, contains a plethora of professional books on grading, reporting, and assessment practices. These are all free to DVUSD educators to use at any time. All of these resources are available to teacher teams so that they can then work collaboratively to unwrap the standards, to understand the instructional components within the standard, and to create an aligned rubric if one is not provided or the team wants to include more specifics. Creating rubrics help teachers to answer question 2 of the PLC collaborative process, which is how will we know if they learned it?
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and community members. Teacher teams can leverage any and all of these resources to assist them with the grading process. Let's take a look at a couple of real examples of the grading process. The first example is an assignment that a high school ELA 3-4 teacher and the ELA CIAS co-constructed to assess a standard on the use of figurative language. The assignment required students to write a poem using figurative language about a character from a literary text. The students were provided with a rubric with descriptors for each level of the standard learning progression. Here is one of the students' poems that was submitted. The teacher, in this case, provided feedback via comments in Canvas, as well as denoted the student's level of performance on a rubric. In this instance, the teacher provided a score on point of view, which was for feedback purposes only, and a score on figurative language, which was provided as both feedback and as a grade entry. The scores were then entered into the gradebook as a whole number using the 0 to 4 scale. Note the teacher also included the standard code in the assignment title since high school courses do not have standards available for tagging to assignments in the gradebook at this time. Let's look at an elementary level math course example. In this example, the teacher assigned an assessment to students to measure an 8th grade math standard. Here is a copy of the learning activity the students completed so that the teacher could assess their progress on the standard. The teacher used a rubric her team created to assess math cooldowns. The descriptions were listed in student-friendly language to help students better understand how to improve. The teacher gave students their work back before the end of the school year, so she recreated some of the students' work examples here, with the grades and the feedback included. Here's an example of student work graded as 3 or proficient. Notice that besides sharing the rubric with the student, she also included some feedback for the student to understand how they could attain a 4 level. Here is an example of student work at the 2 level. The student was provided with some guidance on how to reach proficiency. This is an example of student work at the 1 level for this assignment. The student was provided with significant feedback support to help the student with the learning. The teacher then entered the scores in the gradebook. Since this was an 8th grade course, the teacher did not tag standards. However, this will change for next year when standards will be available for secondary students. Just to clarify, some grades are recorded for feedback and tracking purposes only. Since the students are in the learning phase, it would be unfair to allow a score for student work while they are still practicing the skill to count toward their final grade. Once a teacher has determined that a measure of the student learning is appropriate, then the scores entered will be set to calculate in the final grade. In other words, not all grade entries are calculated in the final grade. Some are for feedback and some are for reporting student mastery. The logistics around grading procedures are where many questions seem to arise. One of the areas parents tend to have the most questions about is high school transcripts and GPAs. College admission offices receive a huge variety of transcripts, including transcripts from international schools, homeschooled students, and a wide variety of alternative educational institutions and programs that do not have traditional academic programs, grading practices, or sometimes even transcripts. Colleges and universities simply do not discriminate against students based on the academic program and policies of the sending school, as long as those programs and policies are accurately presented and clearly described. Schools use so many different systems for grading, ranking, and tracking students that a school system can only be properly understood when a transcript is accompanied by a clear key, and it is especially helpful if grades are mapped to a 4.0 GPA scale. Our new grade scales have been accepted and approved by NCAA, and ASU and GCU admission offices have verified that the scales are acceptable as long as the GPA conversion is included. This is what a DVUSD transcript looks like. At the top of the columns that list the courses the student took, the abbreviations indicate, from left to right, the first semester grade, first semester credit earned, first semester GPA points, second semester grade, second semester credit earned, and second semester GPA points. Now let's look a little more closely at some of the information posted on the transcript. In the blue box for English Language Arts 1-2H, the student received an A for both semesters, each of which resulted in 0.5 credit. Because this is an honors course, the student received an extra GPA point, resulting in 5 points to be averaged into their GPA. The class below is an advanced dance course. You will see this student earned an A in both semesters and earned 0.5 credits for each semester. But because this is not a weighted honors course, they earned 4 points towards their GPA each semester. These examples reflect the traditional reporting on current transcripts. In the green box, you can see that this student took AP Calculus AB under the new grading scale. This student earned a 3 as a grade for the first semester, and since AP courses are weighted, the student earned 4 points towards their GPA. In the second semester, the student earned 4 for the grade, with 5 points averaged into their GPA. On this transcript, it shows that the student earned a grade of 1 for economics. A passing grade is a 2 or above, so there is no credit listed in the credit column, and 0 points are applied to the student's GPA. Every transcript includes a key. The key lists the A to F and the 4 to 0 grades with a descriptor, the number of GPA points awarded if the course is IB, AP, or honors, and the number of GPA points awarded if the course is a regular section. The transcript also shows a student's overall cumulative weighted and unweighted GPA or grade point average.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch.
Is your microphone on, or could you move it closer, please?
Is it picking up better now if I move it there?
Yeah.
Okay. President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and community members, this past year, the Phase 1 teachers had some leeway in setting up their grade books. This allowed for some effective and efficient methods developed by the teachers to emerge. In any of the methods used, there are some consistent steps that need to be followed. The first step is creating an assignment entry. When creating a title for an assignment entry, teachers can consider including the standard code or codes in the title. This is very useful for teachers who do not yet have standards available to tag in PowerSchool. Teachers who do have standards available in PowerSchool can click on the Standards tab and select the standard or standards measured with the assignment. Teachers then enter a whole number score for the assignment. If standards were tagged to the assignment, columns for each standard appear, and the teacher can enter a score for each of the standards as well. Currently, the grades for the standards do not calculate into the overall course grade. Only the assignment grades that are in the assessment category impact the overall course grade. On the School Parent Portal, parents will be able to see each assignment with the overall score. If standards were tagged, the parent will be able to click on the data icon, which will expand the cell to show the standard or standards measured with the assignment and the score for the standards. Currently, the standards grades have no influence on the overall course grade. When a parent clicks on the Standards tab in the PowerSchool Parent Portal and expands the data for each course, the parent will see all of the standards that were measured for each grading term. Parents of K-8 students can click on a course or on the homeroom listing to see behavior standards. Here, either E, S, N, or U grades will be listed, or X's for behavioral standards of concern will be shown. Currently, grades are reported with a traditional calculation method. Using the same gradebook and assignment creation process that teachers are familiar with, PowerSchool has the capacity to calculate a course grade from student performance on standards. This is PowerSchool's standards-based gradebook, which would more closely align with the standards-based mindset grading process. A gradebook design team consisting of teachers, administrators, curriculum, and data analysis personnel, and a dedicated PowerSchool program developer have been meeting to formulate the standards-based gradebook for Deer Valley Unified School District. Our IS&T and curriculum personnel have been working on updating the existing K-6 core area standards, as well as preparing the uploads of the standards for middle school, elementary special areas, and high school in order to migrate to the standards-based gradebook in PowerSchool. Creating the files for the upload of standards requires the CIA team and IS&T to enter all of the standards for every content area and grade level, identify the organizational mechanism for each set of standards, and specify the PowerSchool course codes for each individual standard. This process is necessary to allow standards to be available for teachers to use with the standards-based gradebook. In response to the elevated interest in enabling a standards-based gradebook, the work to set up standards in PowerSchool has been prioritized and expedited. We are currently in the final review phase of this process. With a new standards-based version of the gradebook, teachers will tag standards when entering assignments, just as K-6 teachers have been able to do for many years. They will then enter student scores for each standard measured on the assignment. The scores for the standards will figure into the overall course grade. The number of standards vary for each course, and the number of assignments used to measure the standards will vary from course to course as well. Here's an example of how the gradebook will look. Each standard tagged on an assignment will have a score entered as a whole number from 4 to 0 or 4 to 1 to represent proficiency levels. The standard grade will be based upon all of the scores for that standard and also shown as a 4 to 0 or 4 to 1 score. The final course grade can be shown as a numerical grade or a letter grade. Currently, we have it set to show as a numerical grade. The team is currently considering the pros and cons of each calculation method. Each method has its merits and its drawbacks. The matrix method would utilize guidelines for assigning grades, which may include things such as assigning an A or 4 to students who reach proficiency, or 3s and 4s in all standards. The parent view will be similar and familiar to parents. The primary change would be the addition of the standards tab for grades 7 through 12.
I will share some of the communication events that we have engaged this past school year. We know that this is an area that can be strengthened, and we will work on enhancing our communication plan. For schools that transition to the new grade scales, letters were sent via Blackboard before the school year, and schools sent school-specific letters afterward. Class syllabi, curriculum night information, and other teacher communications were provided. Some of the schools included information in their school handbooks. In January, a survey was sent to parents as a way to garner two-way communication with the parents. The district website has information about grading and reporting in DVUSD that is available to the community at large at dvusd.org/grading. Employees have access to grading information on the district portal by clicking on Departments, then CIA, and selecting the Grading and Reporting page. As mentioned before, the PRAG and the GRAG guides are written for district educators as the primary audience. Several DV Voice articles, DV Voice is the district's internal employee newsletters, have been included grading and reporting topics. Campus-level administrators have received training and information at their monthly meetings and have in turn provided information and training to their employees.
We have identified several next steps in the implementation process, thanks largely to the input received from our Phase 1 administrators, teachers, as well as our parents. The next steps in the coming school year include onboarding 7 additional schools in implementing the new grade scale. Letters will be sent to parents with additional information at the beginning of the school year, and teachers will provide class-specific information at that time as well. For the 23-24 school year, the rest of our schools will come on board. Feedback from parents and teachers indicate that teachers need additional training, so new modules and professional development opportunities will be delivered to teachers at all phases of the rollout. To further assist teachers with rubrics, performance level descriptors from ADE will be added to outcomes in Canvas so that teachers can use these rubrics as templates for their own assignments. Additionally, we are setting up a process for district personnel and teacher teams to share rubrics district-wide in the Canvas Commons. Any teachers in the district will be able to search these rubrics, these shared rubrics, and add them to their own Canvas courses. The DAO department will be developing training to assist teachers with rubric access and development. Our technology teacher leaders will be trained to help teachers navigate the use of rubrics in Canvas, as well as setting gradebooks. The gradebook design team has been meeting this summer, as was mentioned, to finalize setup of the PowerSchool standards-based gradebook for implementation this fall. Training for teachers and communication for parents will be created to support the gradebook shift. The team will also look at enhanced reporting mechanisms for behavior and for homework. In response to parent feedback, we will be enhancing our communication package to include monthly messaging events with resources for campus administrators and teachers to deliver to parents and students in a variety of formats, which we hope to include in Blackboard messages, flyers, websites, and videos. If you have questions that you would like any of us, the panel or Kathy and I, to address this evening or in the future board report, please let us know. And thank you very much for listening to both Part 1 and Part 2.
Thank you for your presentation. So we are going to move to public comments. We have 4 on this topic matter. So
All right. Oh, yes. The board invites public comments on the district's business in general and on any agenda item specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic, and hand it to the board secretary prior to the president calling the meeting to order. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes, and I think you said we have 4, so everyone will get their 3 minutes. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed under the Arizona open meeting law. The governing board cannot discuss or act on any items that are not listed on the agenda, and board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker or ask staff to review a matter or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda.
Thank you, Mrs. Ordway. So
thank
our
you.
first speaker is Darlene Pope Turner. She'll be followed by Kendra Ament. If you would please step to the microphone, state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Pope Turner, and I'm a DVUSD teacher and parent. There are many reasons our district should not abolish our current merit-based grading system. This is an attempt to even the playing field, as the New York City school system has done, and we all know how they fail on so many levels. From my personal conversations, I am confident I speak for the majority of teachers, parents, and students when I say we should not continue to implement SBG. Reason one, we have not heard a good reason to implement it yet. The last board meeting presentation showed slides that are not based on reality. One slide said to remove, quote, behavioral elements, unquote, from academic grading. Who grades on behavior? There's a separate spot on the report card for behavior, and it does not affect grades. The next slide went over the, quote, problems with traditional grading, unquote, which were, quote, misbehavior, participation, late work penalties, bringing in class supplies, turning in forms, permission slips, attendance, punctuality, participation, effort, etc. I've never met a teacher that factors these into grades, except perhaps late penalties, which are important for upper grades for accountability. Easy fix. Instead of revamping our entire grading system, have principals address it or send out a memo. Reason two, teachers teach students to master the standards. It's not anything new. That's what we do day in and day out. Teachers also write rubrics, but not for every test, nor should we have to, for projects and writing assignments that warrant them. District rubrics work for some things, but they're usually very subjective. And to only use those would be taking away the creative liberty teachers need to reach every learner. Reason three, our report cards already have standard grades of 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back. Each standard for every subject is listed, and the number grades reflect how a student has mastered each standard according to how independent they can complete the grade level work. Reason four, letter grades with percentages is a much better barometer of how a student is doing. B minus, B, B plus, A minus, A plus. If a student has an 89% or a B plus, I have witnessed how they study more and go the extra mile so they can achieve an A and earn honor roll or principal list awards. Under SBG, they'd probably get 3s. Reason five, SBG may affect students receiving scholarships for college they've worked so hard for. Did we really do our research and look around the nation to see who recognizes and accepts these SBG grades? How is it going to affect these students that have worked so hard to get these scholarships? Reason six, this is added stress and unnecessary training and work for our already seasoned and experienced staff. Teachers are taking early retirement and leaving DVUSD because of it. I've spoken to a few of these teachers. SBG was the straw, they said, that broke the camel's back. I'm not asking to pause this, but to leave our merit-based system in place. It's not broken. Under SBG, students that work hard will not be rewarded. This will demotivate our students and put unnecessary stress on teachers.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Ms. Kendra Ament. I'm going to tell everybody that the handout you just received is from Ms. Kendra. She made copies for everybody, so you're good. So if you'll state your name for the record, then your time will begin.
Kendra Ament. When the district states SVG creates consistency and fair grading, why was it Dr. Gilligan not at the schools in the DVSU will grade the same way? Last meeting, she said all the schools are grading differently. Standards originate from state ed, go to district ed admin, school admin, department heads, then teachers. So a school can adopt certain criteria, then tweak it with, say, no retakes on unit tests, or a student must redo all completed work to make corrections. Then the teachers who have not been properly trained use their own version of the info received and subjectivity to place a grade on an assignment based on a grading system they don't understand. We still do not know what converting method is going to be used. Is it going to be CCSS, Moronzo, Otis, Skyward? We don't know what a 3 is. Is it an A or a B? What software? Forefront, LMS, Kidem, Jump Rope? When is the Power School going to be completed and tested? The teachers are now having to learn a completely new grading system through technology on top of this grading practice. Why are no other high schools rolling out this grading policy in phase 2? Is it because we have so many problems with this grading policy in our high schools now that all the other high schools backed out? Barry Goldwater has been using IB grading, so they were somewhat familiar with this number grading policy. So why wasn't Power School updated? Because years ago, because Barry Goldwater has been using a 1 through 7. So Power School should have already been worked on. In the packet, you're going to see instances. I have my daughter's report cards where there's grades on the front, standards on the back. The standards are all 3s, but they have straight A's on their report cards. So how is a 3 a B? I have transcripts that you have in your packet. I have Power School printouts where my daughter is in honors algebra 3-4. 6 summative assignments that are weighted at 80% of the grade, total a 2 out of 16 assignments. In high school, the grades are weighted between summative at 80% and formative at 20. Another example is my daughter's forensics class. 70 assignments were entered this semester alone. One semester, second semester. 7 of them count towards the overall grade. 7 out of 70 assignments because of an 80% weight applied to those 7. AP, honors, dual enrollment classes, it doesn't make sense to use this grade. Dual enrollment is a college course. It should be graded as a college course.
Thank you for your comments. Our next we'll have Kelsey Reed, followed by Cindy Lundy. State your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
My name is Kelsey Reed, and I am a parent in the DVUSD district. In theory, SBG may be a successful program, but in reality, the presentation you just listened to is not exactly what's happening in DVUSD. The district was not ready last year, nor will it be ready in August. As you witnessed, the software program is still in the works. Teachers have not yet been trained on this new software system, yet we had phase 1 that was implemented last year. I've spoken to multiple members of administration who have all stated that this program is 4 years in the making, so we can't wait any longer to implement it. Yet here we are 4 years later, and our teachers still do not know how to effectively use this grading system. We still don't have consistent district-wide rubrics. The teachers are overwhelmed with the high numbers of retakes requested and the assignments being turned in at the last minute. Some teachers at Sandra Day, I know, had to halt their retakes. They couldn't offer any more retakes because they were overwhelmed. And again, we still don't have a software system that yet supports SBG. So what has happened over the last 4 years? I have no idea. The last meeting, we just learned that the district had not even implemented the SBG mindset, removing behavior grading district-wide. The school that my children are at had that implemented several years ago, so it was a shock to me that the entire district did not have that in place. Members of the board, I cannot express this enough. DVUSD is not ready for SBG. I just recently found out that not only do none of the Arizona universities use SBG, but neither does Rio Salado, who offers our dual enrollment courses. So our dual enrollment high school courses are graded differently at SBG schools than other courses, which becomes very confusing. So what's the answer? Can we not pull back the SBG program from phase 1, halt the implementation of phase 2, and consider implementing policies that support the SBG mindset district-wide? Step back and rethink how we can do this better. We simply cannot continue this program as is.
Thank you for your comments. Please state your name for the record and your time will begin.
Cindy Lundy, I'm a parent and teacher in the district. I'm going to quote the new grading scale. On the K to 6 report card presented at the last meeting, a 4 says the students will apply skills and concepts with quote unquote greater depth and complexity. What does that mean? Who defines greater? Your definition may be greater, or of greater may be different than mine and every other teacher's definition. Other terms include independently and with support. If a student gets any help on a concept, is his or her grade automatically demoted to a 2? What if a student has any type of question that needs explanation on any concept? Is that an automatic 2? Some will decide yes and some will decide no. On the high school scale, the terms include high level of proficiency. Who defines high level? Again, individual teachers will define it differently. We've seen evidence of these differences as we've heard from frustrated parents, students, and teachers since this program was implemented at some of your schools. According to your presentation last time, a major why for you to do this is that you don't want quote unquote misbehavior, effort, and participation included in grades. And you don't want credit to be given for quote unquote good behavior, bringing class supplies, and turning in forms. At my school, we have a citizenship grade to address misbehavior, effort, and participation, which is completely separate from how we grade academics and standards. I don't know how it's done at some other schools. However, at mine, the problem you wanted to solve does not even exist. If we're a unified school district, should all grading procedures be the same as they are at my school and include a citizenship grade? On the slide you presented entitled quote unquote problems with traditional grading, the examples you gave included teachers giving credit for such things as syllabus turned in on time, Spirit Week presentation, movie permission slips, and no tardies. With all due respect, if you have teachers giving academic grades for these types of things, the least of your problems is our grading procedures. I've never seen or heard of any teacher giving grades for any of the above mentioned items. You also displayed a slide which detailed the 0 to 100 system and explained how a 0 is detrimental to our students' grade and it's hard to bounce back. This details yet another problem that did not exist in our school, as we've been instructed to give a 49% of nothing is turned in and a 50% of anything is turned in, no matter how poor the quality. I've had students with missing assignments and assignments with extremely poor performance earn perfectly respectable grades because of this policy. Again, if we are unified, why are there any schools giving zeros? Finally, as you've heard, but I'd like to reiterate anyway, our report cards already have standards on them. We just include the grades as well. Frankly, when we have parent-teacher conferences, parents do not ask about the standards. They ask about the grade, even though they see both on the report card. It's what students, parents, and teachers understand, and it's quite remarkable that as we're coming out of 2 years of COVID and all the challenges it presented, that you want to add this to everyone's already full plate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, board members, you want to start with questions? Mrs. Paperman?
Yeah, I would like to say that I understand where parents stand. I also taught at Barry Goldwater High School. She was in the IB program, and the standard-based grading was a challenge for her because the teachers could not tell her what was a high A or a low A or a high B or a low B. So what happened is she would not know why her A went into a B. So I understand where parents stand, especially students that are looking to get scholarships. I know in the last 2 board meetings, listening to a student that graduated, it really broke my heart because we do not know where these kids are coming from. We do not know that this is the only thing they have to make sure that they have good grades to get scholarship and to move on to the university. With standard-based grading, also I have concern, how is that differentiated for language learners? How about the special education students? It doesn't seem that it's very clear, and looking at the last board meeting, I wasn't here, I was sick, but looking at part 1, I feel that it's not enough clarity, and looking at part 2 is not enough clarity. Even as a classroom teacher, I deconstruct the standards. I teach every standards for my second graders. I test my students with each individual standards. And yes, it makes it easier to explain to the parent when I use traditional grading, when I'm using percentage, if it's a high percent, what determines an A or a low A, or your child is getting close to get to a B because your child has a 90, and if it goes 1 point below, it's going to be going to a B. So parents will work with their child to make, especially that they're so concerned to make the grades, to do that extra work, or if I need to provide more intervention. So we need to look at this. I know I brought this up to putting on the agenda, and I believe that as parents, as board members, we care for our students. We need to look back at this. We just came out from COVID. Students are dealing with a lot of stress. Teachers are dealing with a lot of stress. We may have a good research that the district sees, but right now we're not ready to move on to something different where there's a lot of conflicts with the teachers, with our students, and with our parents. So I will ask the board to please, if we can put this and putting at the agenda so we can make consideration if we're going to move forward or if we're going to go back to the traditional grading. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mrs. Paperman. Mrs. Fisher?
I think I had said a lot in the last meeting, but Ms. Paperman just kind of gave me a question. How is this applied to our special needs students? I mean, I know that we modify as it is because they are part of IDEA or whatever, so we modify their levels. What is the impact? I mean, I haven't thought about special needs. I always do, but this time I hadn't thought in the grading.
Right. President O'Brien and Ms. Fisher, so it depends upon if the student's receiving accommodations or modifications. If they're receiving modifications with a modified curriculum, they'll have a modified grade scale as well. If they are receiving accommodations, once those accommodations are applied so that they're on a, back onto a level playing field, if you will, they're graded as other students are graded as well.
Okay. I guess I'm just not seeing that. I'll read some more, but I'm just a little confused on that because it just doesn't seem that you could even apply it because it's not. Well, I guess you can apply it because it seems massively discretionary. Just is but then we run into the same problem where we have, my opinion based on my life experience, my religion, my belief system, my faith, my whatever, versus any other person up here is going to be somewhat the same in some areas and completely different in others. And like it or not, there's a natural bias in everybody. And so you're going to somewhat, and you do everything you can to curb that, I mean, I've, in teaching Excel classes, there are some students where I just I just love those students. They're just such excited to learn. And others that I think, oh God, please don't ask me a question. And it's just because our personalities or our behaviors are not quite in line. So I work through it and I do it. But if I had to actually give them a grade based on my thought or my belief that maybe versus an actual tested criteria, I don't do that in my classes. I give them an Excel exam, and when the exam is graded, they either got it right or wrong. And if they got it right, if 100 points, 100 questions, point apiece, they got one wrong, they got a 99. It's an A. 10 for an 80. I mean, it's just basic math. I think this is just a little too discretionary, and I think it's concerning. I think it confuses our kids. And I went off of the SPED thing, but because it's what I'm kind of thinking. But this is what do our kids strive for? When I know, I look at grades, I look at things like that, I look at criteria and standards that I set for my staff, and I look at, hey, you're right about here, you're just on the verge. If you could just take care of this a little bit faster, or do this, or and we set measurable, true, hard fact goals. Kids do that with grades. They look at, oh my God, I am at like a 93. So if I get a B, I'm going to drop. I'm going to work twice as hard so I can get that up. They don't have that with this anymore. Now it's like, well, whatever, I'm going to get the 3 anyways. So it doesn't make a difference. I think we're breaking them. We're breaking the spirit of kids with this. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm willing to read, and I will continue to read the book that was provided and look at other information. I continue to have parents contact me. I continue to have kids contact me. But I agree with Ms. Paperman. I second her request that this needs to be put on an agenda for an actual vote of whether we move or what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Reed?
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. To follow up on your comment about special ed, I asked a couple of questions from some teachers and from some fellows, parents with kids with special needs, and what I found was not awesome in support of standard-based grading. So what some parents have been told from what they understood from their teachers is that 4s are for gifted kids and 2s are for kids who have special needs, because 2s are grades that they earned because they have assistance. And when you write accommodations in their IEPs, they are being assisted. So I don't believe that is coming from the district level. I'm not really sure where that's coming from, but that is what several special ed parents told me. I have a student on an IEP, and that was not how my student was graded. So I know that is not how it is graded across the board, but that did not make me thrilled to hear that, needless to say. A couple of questions that I had last week that I didn't feel like were totally addressed tonight. One was with grades, with roundups that we talked about. So there were a couple of, and this is more specifically to high school, when grades are, being calculated, that sometimes a student might earn a 3.6, but because we have to put in a full number in power schools, that 3.6 is rounded up to a 4, and the student may have gotten the majority of 3s on that paper in the individual things that were being assessed on the rubric, and the teacher couldn't figure out how to not give the student a 4 because they really felt that the student earned a 3. So has that been brought up to you in any other discussions? Anything that you can speak to? Anybody on that? I know Mr. Utter was at O'Connor, and so I don't know. The go to the order. Anybody?
President O'Brien, Dr. Finch, and Ms. Reed. So that is something that was definitely brought up, and it was a major discussion that we had at O'Connor this past year as to the validity of the score, because I know some students were.
I need you to speak a little bit closer to your microphone.
Sorry about that. So I know some students were getting like a 3.4, for example, and it would go down to a 3, and so we get a 3.5, which is a decimal point difference, and that would be a 4. So I know that was one of the issues that we were trying to deal with this past year. So that's why we met with the grade 9 team recently, and I've been sitting with them and working with that. And so if one of the slides that was in the presentation tonight talked about coming up with a better way of doing that, and kind of fleshing out different methods like the mode mean, most recent, and so on, so that we could try to avoid the similar situations that we had this past year. So we're trying to address it right now. It hasn't been fully fleshed out yet.
And then we're going to have Kathy and Mr. Quandra. Kathy will start.
Yes, and I just want to add, I think in your example, I understand because a teacher's trying to come up with an overall score with a whole bunch of different standards, and it can be hard to do. That is why we are adding standards, especially at the high school level, so that, say that assessment had 3 or 4 standards, then the teacher can give the exact performance level for each of those standards rather than just mushing them together to make it an overall score, which will be much more precise of a grade, much more accurate, and give a lot more information to the parents and students.
Sorry, before you answer that, to your point, Kathy.
Yes.
So I understand that sounds like you're going to put all the standards in, right? So if you have, as you said, a paper or an assessment that has 3 standards, instead of getting 1 grade, like I would have decades ago at the top of the paper, now they would have the 3 standards, and you might have a 4, a 3, and a 2 with each one assessed to a standard, which is lovely. And this probably will lead into you answering it. But eventually, there must be a single grade on the transcript for the entire quarter or semester. But most importantly, I'm gonna deal with high school right now because that's causing everybody a lot of heartburn for our high school kids. So, and on page 57, well, you've got one page up here, but page 57 shows the gradebook design that shows 5 different ways to, I guess, potentially come up with that final grade. So I just want to add that in there to miss it to your points. Okay, thank you.
What was the question that I was supposed to answer? Sorry, could you repeat that?
So I'm trying to better understand the issue and the fix or the answer for the grade book to make sure that we're giving kids the grades that they really earned, rather than having them rounded up or rounded down.
Okay, that there's a so first of all, PowerSchool can be configured to use.
To talk closer to your microphone, just pull it closer to you. They're very sensitive,
Sure.
or not really very
Is that better?
sensitive.
Okay. So first, PowerSchool can be configured to use however number of decimals, even in this kind of rubric, to average up. I think this, and I'm more of a developer, not an educator, but this is, I think, goes back to the concept of the standards-based grading, and putting the concept of that final grade for the course aside for a second. I think the idea, the thinking behind teaching and grading in this way is to evaluate each standard in an individual capacity, so to speak. And when you are like thinking of the curriculum, how you scaffold and build all of your instruction and teach and build on the prior concepts, you want the students to master each individual standard in somewhat of a consecutive order and have them be master each one of those standards individually before moving or as they move along the curriculum. So as you give all of the assignments, the tests, the projects, etc., those would be evaluating the skill of the student in a particular standard, and you can assess, well, the student has mastered this concept or not, or at what level they have mastered it. And then at the end of the quarter, the semester, the year, you'll have a map of what are the areas and what are the concepts that the student has mastered throughout the entire year. The idea is then that the collection of those measures, of those individual skills that you've taught and the students have learned, can then inform the overall course at the end. Now, what the rubric is used for that, again, the 1 through 4 or 0 through 4 is widely used, not only here in Deer Valley, but there are whole states doing that. There are districts all around the country using it. That is not for me to determine the merits or not of any individual grading rubric, but that is the concept, is to make sure that those students are mastering every step of the way. And when you go back, if you step outside of that classroom as an administrator, as a leader in one of your PLCs, you can see where those students, even if you don't know how they scored in a particular assignment or test, et cetera, how much they mastered the entire content throughout the year, and be able to remediate, to correct instruction and so forth, and have all of those standards. And the example on the board is all the 7 standards, and inform the overall grade. From the software perspective, again, we've designed the system so that it can use round numbers, 1 decimals, 2 decimals, 1 to 100, 1 through 4, 1 through 7, like in the case of the IB program. All of those options are available, but the concept behind this, again, is to provide a clear indicator of the level of mastery, very much like your rubrics show in many of these slides, on how each one of those standards, the mastery of each one of those standards by the students, and then have every one of those standards inform the overall grade for the class. Now, I don't know. I said a lot. I don't know if there's any follow-up.
No, I mean explains explains things perfectly, and I think it's really great background knowledge for parents and teachers and community members that are listening, as far as how we track and how things are supposed to work in a in a perfect world. But putting my teacher hat on and my parent hat too, if you teach 3rd grade and you teach all of the subjects, you might have an assignment, and you might give 2 grades. It might satisfy some of your social studies standards and your ELA standards. But you have to, and you might have a rubric that measures all of those standards from both of those subjects, but you're still giving one final paper grade. And so I think that's where things start to get a little bit confusing, or get a little bit muddy, or when you're assessing multiple standards on one assignment, and maybe that assignment for high school is weighted. I mean, it's just, there's all these different intricacies, and I think that the intricacies are the points that, from what I'm hearing, are what the parents are saying, is that going through the packet that that Kendra gave us, and understanding it and reading it from when I had my kiddo in high school, it's really frustrating knowing that your kids are doing the work and they're turning in the assignments, and then when it comes to assess the grade, they are failing the test. But all of their assignments say that they know what the standards are, or and that was just one of the examples. But those are the things that I think that parents are trying to get the board and the district to pay attention to. That standards-based grading, in my mind, in a perfect world, works great. I was a parent of one of the kids that got dinged for not bringing in Kleenex at the beginning of the school year. I mean, it was before a standards-based mindset, but in 5th grade, if he stepped outside of the lines, he got dinged for everything, and his grades went down because of his behavior all the time, so much that we had to get the principal involved. So there were teachers that were doing that. Thankfully, they don't do that any longer, and I hope that they don't, because that's not truly assessing whether or not your student knows the standards in the curriculum that you are teaching. But I'm still trying to figure out how we fix this.
President O'Brien and Ms. Reed, if I can speak to the example about the overall assignment score, that challenge of looking at multiple standards on an assignment and then coming up with one score to enter is one of the challenges that we currently face with using the traditional gradebook system and not moving yet over to the standards-based gradebook system. When we are over in the standards-based gradebook system, the score is entered
on each standard. So on the example on the screen, there's a poem with a score of 4 for reading literature, and that poem also has a score of 3 for language. There's another example on there of the essay where on this writing standard they were at 2, and then in the area of language they demonstrated proficiency at a level of 3. So then each of those standards of how they performed are recorded and then calculated in at that standard. So then the teacher and the student and the parent can look and see how is that child performing in relation to those standards. So then there's not that whole grade that's having to compile everything and then calculations coming from that.
And I understand that, but I think what the English teacher that I was speaking to, what she was talking about, and if you look at that, right, you could say, well, this student earned 2 3s, a 4 and a 2, so obviously they're a 3. What was happening was they were adding up 4, 3, 2, and 3, which is 12, and then there's 5 things, and so they were coming up with a score of 2.4. So when you put that into the grade book, that would round down to a 2. And so that's the issue. And I'm trying to, and what I understand, I'm sorry, I can't see to read your last name, so I'm just going to call you Ari. I apologize for the informality. What he was saying is that we can make the grade book so it can take percentage points, which might be more efficient for high school. I don't know. But if this was my student, and one teacher graded it in at one school and this kid got a 3, and another teacher looked at this and said, nope, you got a 2.4, and it was rounded down to a 2, I'd have a big issue as a parent that the same scores, but they're being interpreted 2 different ways.
Okay, Mrs. Ordway, and then, oh, sorry, did you have a response? I apologize.
President O'Brien and Ms. Reed, one of the things to also bring attention to here is that where we stand with this example would be at a midpoint in the semester. And at this point, there's not a grade yet for the listening and speaking standard. So when there's not a score for that standard yet, that one would not be calculated in. So if we were looking at the average on this particular one, that would be looking at the average of the 4 areas and not attributing a 0 to the listening and speaking. But that is also saying that if we were to take the average of the standards, and that's where our gradebook design team is currently having conversations, is each of those calculation methods of how do those assignments determine that grade for the standard. And that's one calculation layer. And then there's another calculation layer when we look at all those standards and how they're used together to then determine the overall course grade. And we definitely want to have consistency so that when teacher A versus teacher B is looking at these scores, then the student's grade ends up being the same thing. And that's also where the supports of the rubrics come in. So then when they're looking at the student work, that they're able to then identify what level of performance that the student is demonstrating. And then once it's in the grade book, that there's consistent calculations. So it's been some fun conversations digging into each of the calculation methods. We've been really fortunate to have Mr. Quadra joining us with that so that he can also speak to the details of how Power Schools operates with each of those systems. So but those are some of the pieces that are in the current conversations as well.
Mrs. Ordway?
Thank you guys for being here. How many rubrics would a departmentalized teacher, say in the 2nd grade, have to create in, say, a quarter?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway. So that are the resources that we're providing. I think we kind of went through some of them. We are go ahead.
I did see that there's, this whole list of things that you can pick from. So we have this whole list of rubrics that they can pick from. So if I'm in second grade in school A, and I pick these, and I'm in second grade in school B, and I pick those, are we being measured? I mean, is it the same if you can pick from different rubrics to measure, or how are we doing that?
No, it would just depend on what standard was being assessed. So there are specific standards for specific, or specific rubrics for specific standards. So if I'm measuring citing textual evidence, there is a rubric for citing textual evidence.
And they all, if there's more than one rubric, they all have to be used for each standard, or do they choose from to create a rubric?
So
It was like a menu when I looked at it. It looked like a menu that you could pick from to satisfy the rubric, to satisfy the measurement of the standard.
So if there's multiple standards, are you talking about? Or within
I
a
don't know.
single
help?
standard?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
I think that Mrs. Ordway believes that a teacher may have the option of more than one rubric for a single standard. Is that correct, Mrs. Ordway?
Something along those lines, yes.
Or multiple resources
Yes,
from
to
which to
choose
choose
to make
from
the
to
rubric.
make the rubric, which would then mean our second grade teacher has to create all their own rubrics for every standard that they have. Fair?
I'm just wondering if that's correct.
For most of our core areas, we have the benefit of using the state-created performance level descriptors, which are really statewide. So now if it's an exploratory course that maybe we don't have that fully fleshed out, they can still rely upon their similar subject area rubrics, but they may need to do some work with their team to create some other performance level descriptors, and those are what's used in the standards.
Okay,
or
so
the rubrics.
So then we can count on that the rubrics are consistent across the district, across the grade levels.
Yes, for the core areas we have that.
There's no different set of criteria for a second grade student, whether they're in school 1 or school 40, for the specific standard.
Yes, for the most part. Now, I will give you a caveat there, though. So if a team is working on a very particular project that is assessing a certain standard, they may want to include additional information and criteria for the student. For example, perhaps a visual arts teacher is doing collages. Their team is going to do collages so they can measure students using multiple methods of multiple medium. Thank you. Then they may also want to include some other things. For instance, that the images relate to a particular theme that they've chosen for their students to work through. So,
But still measuring a standard that
Still
would be
measuring-
measured for all media
Yes.
arts students across
yes,
our media arts student population.
right. So they could add additional criteria.
So, okay, which I guess we always could. Every teacher could add more or not have as much, which is subjective, like this is, in a way. Not totally in a way. I know that we're trying to transition the mindset to the learning part, to master what we've learned, not rent it for Friday's test. I get that. So in the world of community colleges, in the world of our state universities, I know that they get a various number of whatevers. How do those various numbers of whatever they get, other than a GPA that's traditional, how do they then, if anyone knows, translate this, that's not traditional GPA, into my president's scholarship? How do they do that? How would ASU use our numbers?
Well, for us, we are fortunate because ours translates very easily and efficiently to the 4.0 GPA scale, so ours is fine. If you're talking about some of their other, for instance, homeschool students that may have.
No, I'm just talking about us.
For us, yes.
So right now, we don't have, so the parents and the students that spoke, that said they didn't understand how their GPA was different from when they were graded with an A or B or C, no E's and F's or D's and F's, to the 0 to 4, they just didn't get it, or how is it so easily translatable?
Well, when we had the slide on the transcript, there's a key, and I think it's just unfamiliarity, but I would encourage all students, parents to take a look at that. So you see the A, B, C, D, F, and then the translation as you move horizontally across. And then lower on the scales, there's the 0 to 4 scale. And then if you move horizontally, you will also see that GPA conversion as well.
Okay, then I guess I don't understand why the parents don't get it. Perhaps it's in the grading before it gets to the transcript. So when we're doing this, and it's good, again, that we're concentrating on kids mastering what we're teaching them, is there any data that shows a direct motivator for a 0 through 4 scale as opposed to the traditional letter scale?
Well, in the research we've looked at, in general, this is not for every student, but in general, zeros are not necessarily a motivator.
But I'm talking about your 0 through 4 grading scale now, as opposed to the A through F.
Right. So a 0 in this scale indicates there's no evidence of proficiency. So basically no data has been received from the student. So that gives some information that is different from the 1 level, which tells us a student is struggling in that area. They've attempted, but they are not meeting that proficiency level. So as far as, I think you're maybe asking about motivation, so say to do your homework.
No, I'm just asking that homework we don't do anymore in Deer Valley. We have practice. We're not supposed to be grading that anyway. I'm asking if in the data from, I guess, Tom Schimmer is the one that we go to and use, and he spoke. Is there any data that says using a 0 through 4 grading scale at the end of the line motivates a kid more than an A through F?
There's not direct evidence that either scale motivates a student. Motivation is a different animal, I guess you'd say. There are students that are more concerned with grades than other students. And in those cases, on any scale, they will probably have a higher level of motivation intrinsically.
Okay, so there isn't. So, and just an ending, I'm sorry, but
President
taking a
O'Brien,
while.
Ms. Ordway, may I just add one thing?
Absolutely.
If we look at the opposite of motivation, which is defeat, when we have the 0 to 100 scale with 0 to 59 being failure, as we mentioned in the first report,
Right.
it is far harder for a student to overcome a single 0, much less multiple zeros in that type of a scale than it is on a 4 to 0 scale, where there is a balance between each of those levels. So when we look at the opposite of motivation to defeat, there could be a less feeling of defeat and I can't overcome either bad choices, bad judgment, or just laziness in completing work or studying for an assessment or a project. So when we look at just the opposite, but as Kathy said, we can go and look for research on motivation, but we have seen information about children feeling more defeated in that 59 points of failing grade.
Okay, so, all right,
Could I
I'll
add
let
to
that
your,
sink
a
in.
question to your point?
Yes, and then I'll finish.
And that's fine. is there evidence that, and I understand the 0 to 59, right? But bottom line, is there evidence that there is greater achievement, greater learning by using a 0 to 4 scale versus A through F? Irrelevant of how you determine a 0 through 4 or A through F.
Right.
Does that increase our learning or achievement?
So neither scale is designed to increase learning. That's what instructional strategies and intervention
Okay.
are for.
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
President O'Brien, Mrs. Orway. I believe it was discussed during the last board meeting. O'Connor saw huge gains this past school year when it came to our failure data and the number of students that had failed at the end of the first semester and the second semester versus prior years when we were using the traditional grade scale.
And I think that has to do with the standard-based mind,
Correct.
as well as grading at the standards level. So I think there's a difference between grading at, just my humble opinion, there's a difference in grading at the standards level versus issuing a grade for a paper or a math test that has multiple standards, because by grading at the standard level, I can now see, and I would contend, and I apologize, Mrs. Ordway, but when my children went through Deer Valley, and my son or daughter brought home, and I'm going to use math because that's just a little bit easier for me, brought home that math test, if it was not a grade they were happy with, then we would go through the test to see the areas where they struggled. So I didn't necessarily have a standard that said you didn't do well on adding fractions or you messed up on dividing fractions, but we could go figure out that those were the problems they struggled with, and then you would go back and get tutoring from your teacher, or you'd get tutoring from dad because he had a math degree. And so I would say we were doing standard-based mindset learning in my household, even though I didn't know that was the name of it. I realize that not all families or parents or students sit down and do that. The point is, to use a phrase I've learned from someone else, is that you got to crawl before you can walk, and you got to walk before you can run. And I'm not going to lie, it was disappointing to hear that, some schools have used standard-based mindset for some time now, and some haven't used it at all, although it sounds like we were supposed to use it last year, although last year we were still in a pandemic. And so this is frustrating to our parents, it's frustrating to teachers, and we are trying to wrap our minds around it, and nobody, well, I'm not going to say nobody, but we're all in it with you, right? We don't sit up here and do this job or this elected position because we get lots of fun emails all the time. Or the free, ice cream. So we want to make sure it's what's best for students too. And I don't think anybody up here, and y'all can disagree, thinks that standard-based mindset and standard-based learning is bad for kids, right? We need to know that Johnny needs to be able to have better word usage so that they can do better and we can get them out there. We need them to be critical thinkers and not just, like Mrs. Ordway just said, rent it for the Friday test. They need to remember it. But that is different than going from a 100-point system and an A through F to a 1 through 4 or a 0 through 4. Those are two very separate things in my mind. And you even showed it on page, sorry, this is a long presentation. And you went through it very quickly though. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. I think page 2, maybe that's too far back. Oh, the major PD topics is page 10, where you have the mindset, remove the behavior, although I think those go hand in hand, that's the whole point. But when we get to, and I think PLC is part of the next step, and I still contend that I'm not sure we're at, PLC is a huge part, and I think we've made great strides in PLCs so that our kids and our teachers understand what our kids do and don't know, and to get on the same page so that we have consistency across the district. But I don't think that we're at a high enough percentage of PLCs happening that I'm comfortable to say, we're ready to rock and roll on a grade scale and a grade book in a huge change. So, sorry, I completely hijacked Mrs. Ordway's line of questioning, so I apologize. I'm going to turn it back over to you, and then we'll go to Mrs. Fisher, and I'll try to shut up.
Wow, okay. Going back to the grade book design that you're working on, we haven't figured out which method we're using, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so somebody said it when I was in my meeting or 2 weeks ago when I was not here, something about unicorns, or it doesn't matter what you call it. So if that is true, then all the way up to the report card, and I do remember my kids getting report cards in elementary school that had their letters and they had the standards on the back. I do remember that. I don't know that we have to push that far because we've got finite energy for an already stressed system, and that system made up of humans. The humans are the teachers, the staff, the principals that are going to have to watch this to make sure it's being, people understand it and they're implementing it correctly. Then you've got the parents. I think the kids are the ones that will get it the quickest. And it's all of us that are out there somewhere. But I don't want to kill the mindset. I mean, we started this in a way a long time ago with the PDSA. And now we've moved it deeper and we really care about kids learning. And we're moving the mindset from teaching to learning. It's most important that a child learns. But I don't want that to be killed. And I think at this point in time, with the energy that's being spent on this conversation about this end part of the grade that is not proven to affect everything the mindset and the interventions are doing, I don't understand why we're there. So now you can hijack the rest.
Actually, Mrs. Fisher had a question, although I'm not sure if she can still remember it. It was so long ago.
It's a segue because it was something you said that confused me. And maybe I misunderstood it. When you're talking about teaching, it has to be in a linear section. Not everybody's brain works that way. Is that what we're trying to function? Because, I learned how to rebuild a carburetor before I understood how a combustible engine worked, just because I needed a carburetor. People learn things differently. Most of the things that I know, I didn't learn because I sat in the classroom. I learned them because my car broke down, the roof fell in, just things that you learn. You learn in activities, you learn in things. Science. I learned how to grow plants, and I learned their need for various chemicals and chemical compounds and how to test the soil and how to look at the growth of your plants because I planted a garden. They didn't go in a straight line. Are we trying to pigeon-toe things to a straight line? Because I don't know any kid's brain who works that way.
President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, we could say that math is fairly linear. One skill builds to the next skill, builds to the next skill, and then you move to the next one and you transfer learning. When you look at English language arts or even science, those are cyclical standards that occur throughout the year for a broad base of learning across standards, 7 standards per se. So you're not going to just focus on standard 1 and standard 2 in the first quarter and then 3 and 4. Those courses, as world language courses, are cyclical and bring those standards back throughout. So no, I would disagree with that's the intent, not at all.
Okay. So can we put slide 31 back up, please? It's the math problem solving rubric related to the Pythagorean theorem. Can you go to the rubric? Sorry, that one, yes. So, because I want to talk about the mindset of standards-based learning. Is this rubric made available to the student prior to the test so that they know this is how they would be graded? And before you answer that, I ask because when I looked at the problem, and sorry, it wasn't a test, it was a cool down, but it asked to, sorry, I'm going to blow it up. Is it a right triangle, right? So in the next slide, it shows you the problem and it asks if it's a right triangle, and the first student there does their thing and they get a 3, and it says, if you want a 4, you got to try showing what would make it a right triangle, because this was indeed not a right triangle. But would they have that so they know what they're trying to achieve to get the 4?
Yes, the best practice and what we try to iterate over and over is students should have this information prior to their work, prior to their assessment. And even better practice is that the teacher would review this after the work as well.
President O'Brien,
Yes,
in
ma'am.
addition, Teacher Clarity, which is a framework for unwrapping the standards, looking at the learning targets, the learning progressions, and then the success criteria. All kids should know what is the target. And that is truly part of what Teacher Clarity is helping in our professional development, and our schools that are further ahead in that have found that to be the case, and our schools that are moving forward pretty quickly have also. But best practice, as Kathy said, we want our kids to know what they're shooting for, and a rubric would do that.
Okay. So we now theoretically know we have rubrics for all standards because we can use the state standards for our, not standards classes, but our essential classes, right? The basics. The logistics. When you get to the transcript on page 42, which is the descriptor, and I guess if we really do have our rubrics out there, then this would be better understanding, because I do have that question on the theorem. They got a 3, which is above average, but they answered the test question, or the cool down question. They got it correct as it was asked on there. You would have the rubric ahead of time. I'm still struggling with this. If you're proficient at what you're supposed to accomplish as a 9th grader in whatever subject, why is a proficient a B and not an A? If I'm accomplishing what I'm supposed to accomplish for my grade level and the standard, why is that not an A or a 4?
President O'Brien, I think the conversations we've been having are echoing what you're saying. There's 2 levels of proficiency, and proficiency is what we're wanting our students to strive for. When we get to looking at all the standards, if a student is proficient or highly proficient at all standards, as you saw the calculation methods, then at that time we can employ some calculation methods that would signify kind of what you're saying, that they're at the 4, I guess, level or A level.
So, President O'Brien, the design team, that's the next phase. As mentioned in the last report and again here, our goal is to ensure that all students are proficient against the standards in each of the courses that they're in. So if proficient is a 3 or a B, or highly proficient is a 4 or an A, our goal really truly is what is proficient. And so the design team is going to take a look at what does that mean then for a final grade. So when you go back to that one slide that had the standards and then the final grade, if you're a 3 across all of your standards, that means you have met the requirements in Deer Valley. If you have 3s and 4s, you have met the requirements in Deer Valley. If you have all 4s, you have met the proficiency requirements in Deer Valley. So as Kathy said, the design team is working through this right now. And we'll bring back where our thinking is and how that might look. I know we have a couple of parents who have asked that very question. If you're proficient, why is it not a 4? Why is it not an A? Same thing, it's a symbol. We will come back to you with that.
Mrs. Reed.
I'm sorry, and I'm not, I don't want us to go back and hit on this again, but I do want to point out that from Mrs. O'Brien's example with the Pythagorean theorem, that on the rubric it says a 4, I accurately solve the problem in more than one way and can verbalize strategies and my solution. But it doesn't ask the student or prompt the student to show another way. And I have a pretty high IQ, but I wouldn't say if I was a student, and I know that, looking at my kids, if the teacher didn't ask for more work, they're not going to do it. On my kiddos' assignments, they were in 3rd and 4th grade last year. There were questions at the bottom that would say, can you show a different way? Or can you, and then they would answer that question and it was optional. So if you chose to do that, then you might earn a 4. But, and no negatives to this example or to this teacher. I know it was an example that we asked for, but I think it's really important that if we want students to strive, and that's how they're going to get the 4, then we prompt them and give them the opportunity to provide more information. Because I mean, realistically, there's maybe 2 or 3 students that might have said, oh, and here's how you could get a right triangle. No, nobody's going to go above and beyond on a homework assignment if that question wouldn't have been asked.
So standard-based mindset is good for our kids. It is important for them to, I think, higher learning and higher achievement. This standard-based grading, I don't think we're ready for it. I think we are still in the process of building the plane, and quite frankly, after 2 years of building a plane in a pandemic, while we were flying in it and sometimes felt like crashing or nearly crashing, I think that it's time to take a step back and make sure that we're crawling and walking before we try to run, and have stakeholders involved in the decision of how we get to grading, whether that's an A through F, a 4 through 1. I'm all about them learning at the standard so that they know that Johnny needs to learn fractions and that Susie needs to learn her adjectives or how to write a better paper, whatever that standard is, because there's a lot of them. That's just one opinion from the dais. And so I guess I'm looking for some other thoughts from, this is just a report from for us. And I don't know if there's any thoughts from the superintendent.
Yes, superintendent.
There is. A couple things. I don't want to miss the forest because the trees are in the way. I think there are a few trees that we're getting stuck on. I think one is transcripts. That seems to be an obvious one because there's value in that at the end of the road. Grades kind of feed to that transcript as well, but I thought Kathy really hit the nail on the head on the last report when she said that an A and a 4 and a unicorn are all just a symbol. That stuck with me because it's what our society expects. An A is this because that's what I grew up with. That's what I know. And so this is change. This is new. This is different. So from my perspective, it's really about what they've all been talking about: communication, learning, explanation, PD, all the above. These kind of more training. As a superintendent, I have instructed these teams to put a pause on it and to go back and do more training, more clarity, more design, more work on the intricacies that people are getting stuck on. Because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as you referred to as well. That standard-based grade, that mindset is something we believe in, like everyone believes in here. So that's good. We want to keep that. But yes, some schools are further down the trail than others. And we've told those schools to put the pause on and work on the areas that you're weak at the moment because of the pandemic, because of COVID, kind of messed up our trajectory. We've been working on standard base for over a decade. It was way before I got here. And so that we just picked the ball back up, and there's been new research, new training. Obviously, our PLCs had a lot to do with actually being able to accelerate it, and then COVID hit. So my 2 cents is that we are pausing today. We have been pausing. I've given them that direction to pause and do more training, more work on the design teams. Well, we have Power School actual designers that are tied to our system and has a student in the system. That's priceless. So if we can't get information from him on how to make it user-friendly, and we can't do our PD and our training to make it an effective system, that's what we do. I think we can do it. So I'm not as worried that we're getting, out in front of our skis. I think they've taken my advice, my direction in our pausing, and I'm confident that this will be a productive year this year. Just keeping everyone and focusing more on training this coming year.
So I'm going to disagree that some schools are pausing because they're not moving into phase 1. But the schools that are there and just lived last year through this, them converting from a standard-based mindset that is not fully, what's the word phrase? I guess vetted isn't quite it. Entrenched, trained. The teachers haven't done this. I mean, the school that we sent our high school principals to, they've been doing this for 10 years. And they didn't start with 1 year and then flip to standard-based grading or get the grade in at that time. I mean, standard-based mindset isn't even fully entrenched in our entire district. So to me, a pause is that our current phase 1, or are they all in phase 1? No, we have some in phase 2, that we continue to work on standard-based mindset while we spend this next year figuring out the standard-based grading portion of it. Because in addition, what was very enlightening to learn about the school that we sent our folks to in Chicago is that the teachers the school there, which, oh, by the way, I heard some folks would like to transfer there for their kids because it's one high school with 4,000 plus kids that has all bells and whistles, including a reassessment center. So the teachers that are in the classroom are not the ones doing the reassessments. The teachers that are teaching the class are generally not the ones who are doing the reteaching. They have a tutoring center, and I'm not saying that none of the classroom teachers help that, but that's a huge resource that our teachers don't have. And I can think of at least a handful of teachers that walked away from our district this at the end of this school year that we just finished because they didn't want to do standards-based grading because they're overwhelmed. They wanted mindset is, and a couple of them were at the school where we had standard-based mindset for 10 years because my kids had it. Like, I can't tell you what a shock it was to know that not all of our schools are faithfully implementing standard-based mindset. So we need to give our teachers the capacity to recover from the pandemic, help our kiddos do PLCs properly, do standard-based mindset properly so that our kids are learning and have a discussion, in 6 months from now, or maybe it's in 3 months as you make progress towards what this looks like. But, I'm on page 57 that talks about the gradebook design, that talks about mode, mean, most recent, and the fact that we're 35 days roughly from kids coming back on campus, and we don't know what we would be doing is frustrating to me. I can't even imagine. I'm so thankful that my kids are graduated right now, but I know our district has the best for kids. But it scares me, and it doesn't scare me, it makes me sad that we would continue down this path this year with the standard-based grading portion of it when we're still struggling to figure out what we're going to do.
I don't disagree with anything you said. That's exactly what I said. It's just said differently. That's what, in my mind, that's what the definition of pause is.
So
everybody who's where they're at, stay where they're at.
So Sandra Day O'Connor would not use standard-based grading.
O'Connor is down the trail where they're at the trail. Stop where they're at using what they use today, what they used last year. Continue using the same mindset because they've made it down this trail. Why would we have them go back?
No, that's my point, is that they're not down this trail. It was so difficult the first year. We didn't have proper rubrics for them. They were making rubrics up as it was going for some cases, and that's of it. This is just one parent's packet, and we had the 1 through, you could have a 1.5, and that got rounded up to a 2, and if a 3.5 could get rounded up to a 4, we made it harder for our kids to get A's at Sandra Day O'Connor, and we made it easier for our kids to pass. So they tried it, and which is part of the reason we're here. I would disagree with you. Pausing to me is to keep doing standard-based mindset and grading at the standard level, but we don't, this 0 through 4 thing, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't think we're there yet for that truly to be implemented for our high school, because I think that puts them at a disadvantage based on what happens to our own other high school kids. So sorry, I hear you, but I don't think that's where we're differing. You want to keep the districts, or sorry, the schools, thank you, that are already in it, to let them go, and I disagree with that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Perhaps you want to jump in here. What would it do, plus or minus, if you said we're going to go backwards or forwards or stay the same, or maybe you're actually at that school?
Sorry, it would be very difficult for O'Connor High School with all the work that's been done and the things to move backwards in the sense. What would be most beneficial, my own personal opinion, for O'Connor High School moving forward is to get the grade book dealt with so that they can actually use the standards-based function in the grade book moving forward. I think that would be beneficial for next school year if they were to continue moving forward. Same with all the other phase 1 schools.
So when you say standard-based grade book, so that's to have the standards in the grade book so that, page up.
One of the most difficult things that O'Connor and some of the other phase 1 schools dealt with last year was using the standards base, or trying to create a grade book that is standards based using the traditional system set up within Power Schools.
Okay, so if Power Schools now has, if I understand what you're saying, if Power Schools now lists my standards that are on the board up here, so tell me why, which I'm fine with, but why does it have to be a 3, 2, 1, or a 4?
If we could go to the next screen, actually. So for high school levels, this is when we were in our grading committee these past couple months. This is more of what we were considering doing, and we actually took a lot into account a lot of what was learned in the school from Chicago. What O'Connor specifically would like to do, and we went with Ari this past week individually, is we would like to have, and it would be a little bit different for each content area, but my background is history, for example, so there would be 5 domains or essential areas that would feed into what the overall course grade would be. Below that, each assignment or assessment, if you will, since we would only be using formatives and summative assessments, that would be based on the anchor standards that would then feed into those domains. And then from there, our personal, at O'Connor, belief is to use something like a matrix that the school in Chicago did, where you wouldn't have the mode or mean or anything. You would actually have a matrix similar to a rubric, if you will, of if you have all 3s and 4s, then you get a 4. If you have something similar, there's a process there. I don't have it off the top of my head, but
Okay, so I hear you. You're still going to put a number and attach it to a standard, no matter how many. I mean, you used like main. What were your?
yeah, I was just mentioning some of the grade book different things. So we were talking about using when you, for example, if I have an assessment, so I'm using a summative assessment, I might be using 3 specific standards that I'm testing in that summative assessment, and that's where you can kind of see in the bottom where one assessment might be having multiple things. So when I complete, if I was to give students that assessment, I would give them 3 grades overall. I could give them an overall grade for that assessment, but it wouldn't actually count in the grade book. It would just be based on those standards. That would then feed into, and again, and that's where the discussion at that point is do we average those scores? Do we use the top things?
Okay, so all right, so I'm going to use the slide that's behind me.
Sure.
So if my poem, if I give my students an 85 instead of a 4, what damage? How is that going backwards?
To go from an 85, so
we're still going to use all the standards you want in there.
The idea is to move away from the percentages itself and into just based on those.
I completely understand what the idea is, but work with me. What happens if we have all those standards in our grade book, but I'm a teacher and instead of putting for my poem or my standard on fractions, adding fractions, if I put in an 85 or a 90 or a 70 instead of a 2 or 3 or 4, why is that a step backwards?
I think it's in the way that the grades are accumulated. So in a traditional sense, yes, we have had a standards-based mindset for years at O'Connor and among other schools, but at that point, we're including things like homework.
No, I understand.
Okay, I get that, but at the same time, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
But so I guess I don't have the answer for that.
If I may interject, President
Okay.
O'Brien, when we are looking at the standard-based grading entry in Power School, the standards are set up across the board for how the standard is configured. And so a grade scale must be selected for each standard. So that grade scale, what we have in our Power School system is that 1 to 4, 0 to 4. And so we're selecting one of those when we put it in a K6, we're selecting the 1 to 4 grade scale. When we're putting in a 7-12 standard, we select the 0 to 4. What we can't do is then have different point values on when the standard is assessed on one assignment versus another. So it needs to be a consistent scale. And if we went to a 100 point, we would have to then determine what are those entry options that a teacher has. Would they have the options of all 101 score levels? And then what's the difference between each of those 101 score levels? Or would they have, or would we be saying you can put it, if it's a 100 point, are we telling them you can put in a 100, a 90, an 80, a 70? So there's a lot of variability if the score is out of a 100, but then moving to that 4 point and using that grade scale, then there's specific performance pieces, which also then align with the state performance levels that we are utilizing within rubrics as well.
So Sandra Day O'Connor, and I will get you. Sandra Day O'Connor just finished this year doing standard-based grading. Correct? Okay. And they put in the system in Power Schools. They could put in a 1.5, they could put in a 2.2 or a 3.3 or a whatever grade between 0 and 4, correct? It rounded up in the system for a parent to show, for a parent or a student to see, but a teacher could put in a decimal point, correct?
President Ryan, yes, they've been using the traditional grade book. So while they've been using the standard-based mindset, they have not been doing standards-based grading. They've been doing standards-based mindset with a 0 to 4 scale as the assignment grade. So each of those assignment entries in the grade book have been for an assignment. Some teachers break that out and have multiple assignment entries in their grade book, but some have one assignment with multiple standards that they've identified as being related to it. But it's more of an assignment or task entry that's going into the grade book currently and
This
being
last year.
calculated.
Okay.
Yes. So what we're looking to move toward is that calculation than to be based on the standards.
Okay. Mr. Quadra, so if the system has all these standards in there, like what's up on the screen behind me, is there a reason that that can't be an 80 instead of a 4?
Which number are you asking?
Under the poem, it says 4 as a score. Could it be an 80?
Yes, it could be an 80.
Because if I understand this, we could program it to accept whatever numbers we want. Likewise, it could be a 10, right?
Right.
So I could, and the next one could be a 6, and we could tell it whatever numbers to accept we want. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, Mrs. Fisher.
I think where I'm a little confused on what you're saying is that we couldn't go back because it wouldn't understand a 90 and 80. But since I was a little baby, they understood that 90 to 100 is an A, 80 to 89 is a B, 70 to 79 is a C. It has always been. I am so more confused now than I have ever been that we are somehow taking grandma's cake recipe that is the best cake we've ever had, and we're trying to see if we could just experiment and maybe put in 20 eggs and only a half a cup of flour. Let's see what happens. And it's like, we cannot just experiment on a generation of kids. I am flabbergasted. I had ideas just based on what parents had told me, and I was concerned about scholarships. Now I'm just concerned about pure confusion. We cannot, I know it's going to take, that there needs to be a vote, there needs to be whatever needs to be done, but, you know, Ms. O'Brien asked for opinions, and my opinion is we need to, I agree that the standards-based mindset is important because we have to, that's just setting your goals and shooting for them. That's awesome. That's what we have to, that's what you have to do in life. But this standards-based grading, we need to go back to our traditional grading until we are ready to maybe look at something different. But we do have that, I mean, 90 to 100 isn't it? And if it's an honors class, now we have a 5. And then when they get into their master's program, yeah, then the 94 somehow knocks your GPA. They're going to get all that. But we can't just experiment on them until we have a clue of what we might be doing. That's my opinion. Ms. O'Brien, that's it.
Mrs. Paperman?
We're starting a new year, so I don't see it, like you mentioned that this may be going backwards. And we also need to look at that not every school is doing the same thing, and the schools that are student standard-based grading, we're having issues that hard to understand for the teachers, for the parents, and for the students. You know, how did they get a B? If they had an A, what is a high A, a low A, a high B, or a low B? So we need to get back to what teachers already know. They know the traditional grading. This is not going to be a major transition because they've been doing this for years. So right now, we need to get back to where we are, move on. Our students are already stressed. Let's make changes for them to have a better year and not worry about the standard-based grading because they do not understand it. So we're going to a new year, so let's change to what teachers already know and how they grade.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Coots, and I don't know if Mr. Quadro wants to look at it too, but one of the documents that was given to us from one of our speakers is from a student at Sandra Day O'Connor. Kendra, is that correct? Okay. So it has a bunch of scores, and I get it that there's skills in here, so it looks like they were trying to do it based on some standards, and then there's a score that equates to a grade, which is the 4 through 0 process. So I'm still struggling with why, if we load in standards for teachers to pick, why it has to be a 0 through 4, or why it can't be a percentage or a 10 and 9. Like, help me understand this.
President O'Brien, when we select what the grade scale that is used for a standard, we need to choose one that is going to be consistently utilized for each of the standards and for each of the assessments of it. It could be a 0 to 4, a 1 to 10, 1 to 100. When you're evaluating those different options, that's where we see if we did a 1 to 100, then there's so many variabilities of why a student would get an 86 versus a 82 in there. And so narrowing that down to like a 1 to 10 or 0 to 4 gives some more specificity on what that student's score is. But then if we look at that 0 to 10 versus a 0 to 4 and the calculation that would then ensue with a 0 to 10, that's where we would have that challenge if a student scored in that 0 to 5, where the calculation would get pulled down towards that 0 as you're calculating a percent out of 10. So what we've been doing in our system for some time now is that bridge of a minimum score of 49% or 50% if they've turned something in. And that's been a bridge to address that calculation problem. So the 0 to 4 is a method to address that calculation challenge that comes into play on a 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. And so that's where that has been implemented this year in order to have even spacing from one rating level to another.
And Ms. President, and I think some of the confusion also with what happened last year. One of my kids is a student in Sandra Day O'Connor.
Mhm.
He's a freshman, and his math teacher implemented a grade book similar to here, where some of the assignments were standards, some of the assignments were tests. Some other teachers just did plain assignments, and every teacher did a little something different. What we are, I think, what the team is proposing is to use the product more like it is designed to implement that standards grading, so the teachers can have the assignments and all of the activities and have an area where all of the standards are graded and have it be distinctly separate. Now, whatever calculation will be what a calculation is, but how they're doing it today, because it hasn't been configured, implemented with that clear division between assignments and standards, they, I think that has produced confusion on what the parents are seeing. I mean, I had trouble sometimes following as a parent that knows the system in and out, because because we didn't take that step.
Right. So we tried to run before we walked is part of the problem because we didn't have the foundation built. And so I need to return that to Mrs. Ordway. It's from her packet. I wanted you to have a copy of it. So I think you have heard from several, Mrs. Reed.
So two questions. When all of the information that you've given us tonight about the grade book and all of the work that you guys have been, when would that grade book be done?
The goal is to have that done next month, by the end of July.
So it would be done by the end of July. So teachers is the assumption that this grade book would then be used for the 22-23 school year?
Yes, that's the goal.
And when would teachers have access to it to start learning about the new grade book?
The end of July, pre-service time.
Okay, so assuming, going off of Dr. Finch's line of thinking of we're halting where we are and schools pausing where we are and schools are doing what they did last year, would it be the assumption that Sandra Day O'Connor would be the exception and be using this grade book?
Well, we would have it available for the 9 Phase 1 schools.
So it would be available for the 9 Phase 1 schools. And can you, refresh my memory on what schools those are?
They are Anthem, Bear Goldwater High School, Deer Valley Middle School, North Terra Canyon, Union Park, Terramar, Sandra Day O'Connor, and Sunset Ridge. I think I got them all.
So the 9 schools that started standard-based grading last year would be using this new grade book this year, and then the new schools that would be starting potentially for next year that we previewed, Inspiration Mountain and the other schools, would also be using this. Is that correct?
Yes, they would have the benefit of having this available to them right off the bat.
Let me throw in one caveat there, again, to reemphasize my point that I was trying to make. Yes, the 9 will stay where they're at. The next phase will be determined upon their growth this year, this coming year. The PD, the training, the grade book, if it, we're getting all the kinks figured out. Is it perfectly what we're looking for? Is it designed correctly? Et cetera. So it is a high possibility that, yes, we will use it the following year in the next phase of schools, but we might come back and say something different. But we, at this point, we are the 9 that are already there. We're going to give them a better tool than what they currently use. But I suspect that we'll continue to move forward, that we'll figure out the kinks, and it's going to be perfect. We'll figure it out.
Okay, so obviously I missed a huge part of that because I thought that there were new schools. There were a whole other round of schools that were going to start standard-based grading this coming school year for 22-23. Okay. So my thoughts, I'm do a lot of reading for my job that pays money. And the book that I'm finishing up right now is Jim Collins, How the Mighty Fall. And he talks about different ideas, about different principles, about why certain companies fail, why other companies succeed, and the different steps that they go in between. But when I was reading it, key idea number 3 caught my attention. It says companies can lose their focus if they chase unsustainable levels of innovation and growth. And had this not been the 3rd year of COVID, I wouldn't have any second thoughts about standard-based grading because, right, the world would be normal the way it was back in 2019. I don't think that Deer Valley is growing and innovating too quickly in a ton of different areas. Like they mentioned in the book, if you haven't ever read it, Rubbermaid, and they had to come up with like 50 new ideas every month, and they were so spread out with their products. Their portfolio was huge, thousands and thousands of products. They grew too quickly. I don't think that's the case with Deer Valley. However, I do remember when we were doing PLCs and we needed to pause a minute and make sure we were doing PLCs correctly before we continue to roll them out. And we learned a lot about taking that pause and reassessing. Where I think that Deer Valley and falls into this category is with all of the change. And the change is not something that we asked for, that we innovated. It was a global pandemic, and we were trying to keep our doors, trying to keep kids educated, and we did the best that we could, and presented with bad choices all the way around, because that's everybody had bad choices. There weren't any good choices. Nobody was winning. We picked the less bad choice in a lot of ways because we didn't have any other options. But I'm really tired as a parent. I am so tired. And my kids' grades last year pretty much sucked if you looked at them, because I wasn't going to be that mom that was going to ride my kids' butts about all of their work all the time when they were just to get back to normal and to keep their heads above water. I'm hoping that this school year is normal for what we know to be normal now. But if I'm tired and I'm just the one that's up here getting the emails and making the hard decisions, I can't imagine how tired all of the teachers are and how tired all of the other parents are. And I don't want, I apologize if I, in the midst of COVID and trying to keep doors open and trying to keep teachers safe and kids safe and everybody happy, if I took my eye off the ball of standard-based grading, and maybe I should have said something last year, and I was just trying to make sure that we had school going on and that we were able to keep our district doors open. So I apologize for that. I should have said, you know what, maybe we're not ready to do this. However, I don't think that we are at this point, to Mrs. O'Brien's line of thinking. I don't want to go through another science experiment this year with our kids. And I do believe we need to work out the kinks, and I don't want to discount all of the hard work that our district staff has already done and our teachers have already done. But if we're not ready, then it's okay to not be ready. I don't want to rush into it again and to try and hold it together and have more of our teachers leave because they can't handle it for another school year. I don't want more of our students to leave because grading is confusing and it's not working. I love our district and I love the growth that we've had and I love the innovation that we've done. And Dr. Finch, you have brought great things and you have led your cabinet to do amazing things. And I'm so proud of our PLC process. And I know that it's going to continue to get better. I just don't think that we're quite ready for this. I love standard-based grading. I love the thought behind it. I love the mindset. I love all of the things about it. I just don't think that our community is ready all the way to jump on this bandwagon and to get there. And I don't want to leave anybody behind. So that's my 2 cents.
Again, just reiterate that the 9 schools that are currently doing it this year, that's really what we're talking about, is the 9. The other, we have 42 schools, 40 schools. So a majority of them are not going to progress. They're going to go back to what I said earlier of training, communication, et cetera. And so, and you heard from our O'Connor gentleman that's here, Mr. Utter, that he believes his staff is ready is ready to stay where they're at and use a better tool for next year. I think that's kind of where it's at. From a progression standpoint, we are not progressing with the other 31 schools on this. We're focusing on the training and the PD side. So it's really only for 9 schools.
Mrs. Ordway?
I think like everything's been said. No, well, I think that when you say pause, you mean will 31 schools won't, 9 schools will. The people that are in the 9 schools either get it, don't get it, I think they got it, here's evidence that they didn't get it, I'm grading different, got my grade book over here, so your 4 is my A, or my A is your 4, however. Parents are not, they're not on board with the 0 through 4. And I understand the variations between 0 and 100. There's a lot more to choose from. I know that we're not supposed to be grading homework. I know that we're not supposed to be throwing in zeros. We're supposed to have cut that 1 to 100 down, I think, to 51, right? 49. So you still can progress from your terrible start in your first 3 weeks and not be in a failure chain for the rest of the semester. So all that stuff's already in play. 9 schools are going to do something different than 41 schools. 31 schools. High achiever, 50 schools, it's getting late. We're a unified school district, so I don't know if it makes it better for kids at O'Connor to be in this phase, and it makes it better for the other 4 high schools not to be in this phase. But what I do know is that someone's got to look at the rubrics. It goes down to the administrators. They've got to figure out, make sure the rubrics are right. They've got to make sure that this is happening. Teachers have to make sure that that's happening. Then you guys have to make sure that the principals made sure that the teachers did what they did. And then Dr. Galligan and Kathy's got to make sure that we go all the way down there. Who has the energy for that when truly the point of this is to make sure the kids are learning? It's the mindset. So you guys are where you're at, but you're apparently not where you're at because we still haven't figured out how we're going to measure the end result, correct? We're still not there. And what happens when you figure it out and then we get the other 4 high schools going or wherever we're going to go with it, we're still not uniform. So I don't know how terrible it is to use a 51 to 100 and somehow translate that to your A through F. I don't know what a formula is, but the formula was used last year by some of the staff because some of them gave letters and some of them gave numbers and they had to figure something out. So somewhere you guys should be able, I think, to figure that portion out, because there's 2 board members that want this on an agenda. There's probably 5 of us that want an agenda, and then here we are, we're the governing board telling you what to do, and you're the experts in it. Parents are ticked. They want to make sure we're talking for them. All I want is that the students learn, and that you give the families and the teachers, the staff, a chance to get where you are in your heads, because they're the ones doing it. If we're not going to get this figured out until July, when? 27th, and we start school on August 3rd, the last thing on anyone's mind is going to be, oh, wow, I know how to do this now, because I don't have 9,000 other things that I have to do. I'm just, the energy needs to go where it needs to go. And if you guys want this to really go through fruition, we have to have the buy-in and the understanding of the parents. It doesn't stop your work. It stops your symbol at the end. And like I said, I don't know how you can figure it out or convert 51 to 100, but it's not working. It's just not working at this moment. I don't think we're there yet. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Michelle.
President O'Brien and Ms. Ordway, I do want to note that the rating that's on a standard of the 0 to 4 is a different decision point than the final course grade being a 0 to 4. So if it's the final course grade of a 0 to 4 where there's the mass confusion, then that can be a decision point of what do we need to report. So like that rainbows, unicorns, A, B, C, D, F. So if that is the area where we see there needs to be a change or looking in at what that reportable piece is, that is one conversation. The grading of the scores that are given on an individual assignment or a standard on a 0 to 4, that's a separate piece. So there's options in both of those areas. I just want to bring that to light, that the use of the 0 to 4 for entry of a score does not require that final course grade to be a 0 to 4.
So
that
the
is
final
model
course
we
grade.
have in place right now, but that is not a requirement.
So the final course grade can be a letter.
Currently, it's a 0 to 4, but if we wanted to look at other ways to put the course grade, that is a separate consideration that can be done, and we can evaluate that.
That is one consideration. I think
Thought we've been
that
saying
my
that, Michael.
understanding, though, from community members is that it's not just the final grade that is the problem. It's also the grades they get that get them to the final grade for understanding. So,
Perhaps I can help. Plan
okay.
C. How about, I have some pretty smart people here. Put them on task to get us a transition plan, for lack of a better word, to get where we want to go, where we're at today. That's taking your feedback or the areas of concern, and maybe there's a plan C that we are not thinking of that we could work on and get back to you.
Okay, you can bring us up. What did you have something to say?
I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about explanations of individual assignments that get to the final grade. We're talking about having those 0 through 4s back into letters, Mrs. O'Brien, and we're talking about the final grade being a letter. I just want to make sure they know what we're expecting.
I believe
because we've been talking
that
for a
part
really
of the
long time.
community is that, or one of the sticking points with the community is, one, they didn't understand what 0 through 4s meant this last year, or 1 through 4, depending on which grade you were in, because albeit the old system, even though we had gone to the 49 to 100, they were expecting a percentage grade, which then converted into a letter grade. And that is one of the sticking points for our community. So if you understand that that's part of the problem, and that's great. I personally, when I was in school, my 90 to 100 gave me a 1, and a 1 was an A. So it's about understanding, and right now our community understands what a 90 to 100 is. And like I said, it was such a frustrating year that we've got to have better than 30 days for them to understand where we're going and have a better plan. So if you can have a transition plan that we can look at in July, that would be fabulous.
We'll get working on it.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, sorry, Mrs. Fisher, did you say something?
Just because we are low on time, can it be brought back as an item that the board votes on? Bring back options that we vote on something. We can't leave the public every single meeting coming back going, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? My kids start in a week, because they need to decide. And this is one of the things some of the parents have brought up is we need to know what's going to happen, because we need to decide. Do we leave our kids in Deer Valley, or do we move our kids to another school, another district, and our parents need to have an answer. Our kids can't live in limbo. So I just request that we bring it back as a voting decision.
Okay. All
We will
right.
work on a plan, as I
Okay,
suggested.
it will come back as a vote. All right. I'm going to actually ask that we take.
Ooh, a break.
Sorry, I'm hoping we can get through item 5B first before we do the budget to do the education foundation. Oh, no, sorry. You know what?
Aren't we
I
on
thought
the,
that was something else. I apologize. Just go to 5A.
All right, so then I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the advertising of the fiscal year 23 proposed expenditure budget.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Miglerino? I'm sorry, Heather, I looked at the wrong spot on my agenda. I apologize.
President Ordway, that's quite all right. It is President O'Brien. See, we are both extremely tired. It's been an incredibly long day.
Thank you all for being here. Please feel free to leave. All right, not you, Mrs. Mock. You have to stay.
Oh my gosh, I was taking you seriously.
I know,
President
yes, I am
O'Brien.
getting up.
In the essence of time, I think we will talk. We already presented a preview of the 2022-23 expenditure budget at our previous board meeting on June 14th. Typically, there are zero to few changes between the preview and asking the governing board for approval to advertise the budget. And we are actually pretty happy to say the changes that happened between June 14th and today. Those specifically are legislative changes shown here. And legislature approved a budget for the state of Arizona for 22-23 last Thursday. And actually, I think I saw an email that it was signed by the governor today. So there are a couple things that come to us with that new budget. Well, more than a couple, about a baker's dozen, 13 million in additional maintenance and operation funds that we will be able to apply toward our 23 budget. Those are because of an increase to the base support level, increasing to $47.75 per student. This new base support level does eliminate a 1.25% teacher comp that we typically applied to the base support level. So each district, if you had previously been approved for the teacher comp increase, you will no longer have that, and every school district will have the $47.75 as their base support level. There's an 11.4 increase to district additional assistance. Part of that is toward the different grade levels, and one part of that is actually for the high school students, specifically in that textbook weight that we receive for those. There's an increase to the Group B weight for some specific students moving, and that's our largest group of students in special education. We have over 3,000 students in that classification. I don't have it right in front of me, but can pull it up. It is increasing from 0.093 to 0.292. That's actually about $3 million of that $13 million shown below. There are other minor adjustments, including to the ELL Group B weight, which is under 800 students for us. It's a minor amount. There is a new weight, a new poverty weight as well. that probably will be less significant for us compared to the changes that we show here. So what we've done with the budget and with the attachments is we've not changed any of the expenditures to the proposed expenditures from the preview. In order to honor our employee groups and our processes that we already have in Deer Valley, we will take these funds back through the processes and bring this $13 million and any recommendations, whatever they be, to the board at a future date for the expenditure. Now, there are two items that are attached to this budget. It is the what's previously been called the Gold Book or the Budget Book, that are our proposed expenditures at this time. And then we have the expenditure budget that gets sent to the state. So all of these changes, to the best of our abilities, have been included in the 23 expenditure bud or XBUD that is included in board docs, so that we can appropriately receive these revenues from the state and set an appropriate, actually not us, but so that the county can set an appropriate tax rate for our taxpayers in Deer Valley based on these changes. We will come back, I think, can't remember which slide it's on, but we will come back in September. I believe it'll be September 13th for approval or our first revision of the budget. The forms that we are using are preliminary forms released by the Arizona Auditor General. And we do expect in the coming days to receive the official forms. And so when we bring that budget for revision in September, that's what it's going to be. These are some of the highlights that we presented back on June 14th. Our M&O override continues at 15%. So part of that $13 million that we saw is that override is based on our current base support level, but our prior year weighted student count. So with that base support level going up to $47.75 per student, there's also going to be an increase to that M&O override. These are highlights of the revenue changes that we presented prior to the recent changes from the adopted budget at the state level. And so here we have still that roughly $267.6 million that we proposed previously, and you can see what I've dubbed as the below the line funds, below our balanced budget, are those $13 million that we will run through that process in order to determine the best way to use those funds to achieve our goals and objectives. We do have some staffing increases. Some of those increases are for the addition of school at Inspiration Mountain, but also some of the growth that we are experiencing this year as well. We did add 2 apprentice reclassifications to the 23 budget recommendations. As a reminder, these are the items that are outside of the process, most of the process for benefits recommendation, salary recommendation. Those go through our negotiated solutions team groups. A lot of all the other staffing that we saw on the prior page come from ratios that are outlined in our classified certified manuals. These are recommendations outside of those processes, and so we bring those specifically for transparency for board approval and have those listed here. Non-staffing, we've already reviewed these. I can answer any additional questions we have on those. We always like to remind folks we're very grateful for the additional funds that we're receiving. We do still feel a little bit bitter about the $115 million in district additional assistance that we had cut from 09 to 21. So we will see some additional capital because of that increase to the district additional assistance this year. We're grateful to see that. Some of the additional changes that we want to point out specifically for our taxpayers and what some of those changes that we presented previously mean. One of the things we hadn't said yet is the state equalization property tax rate, or the setter, has been eliminated for fiscal year 23 with the recent budget adoption. That will mean some reductions in the tax rate for taxpayers. Here's what we project that these changes to be, and we've got our footnote down there. We have a model that we use to project the tax rate. As I stated previously, it's actually established or set by a county superintendent's office. We don't have a model yet that really allows us to project that model with the setter being eliminated.
And so these are what we believe the highest the tax rate will be, but we will know for sure by August 1st. We are still seeing a decrease to the primary rate and an increase to the secondary rate. That is no different than what we presented on June 4th. They're just only a decrease of 1.67% and a slightly larger increase to the secondary rate. We do a slight projection to show taxpayers what that might look like for their residents. Here on the bottom, we can see an average parcel. I think previously we said it was about 300,000. We've projected a little bit better here at 295,000. The difference is a overall a 5.8 increase. And again, as we stated on June 14th, most of the increases are relative to the district assessed valuation going up 5.3% as well. And you can see that it's about the same. We've taken then, if you're not living in an average parcel, we've taken some parcels here from the district and some property values and applied our projected tax rate here. It's not quite true, Jim Font, but it's pretty close. I can't read it from here, but you can see they're pretty average. We've got anywhere from a 6.3% increase to I think 5.5 on the low end based on what we're projecting. And again, that does not include the elimination of the setter. We are once again requesting $500,000 in adjacent ways. These are taxed directly to our taxpayers, specifically for safe ingress and egress. And the project that we're proposing this for next year is a project that's approved already in the 2019 bond, and that's for some construction at the Northern Services Center. And I do believe it's so that we would be able to complete repairs up at the Northern Services Center. So last year we did approve a $900,000 adjacent ways additional tax. The total on that for each $100,000 for residents was 2.57. So this year with the $500,000 that we are requesting for that project at the Northern Services Center, and as a reminder, that's up by our Desert Mountain campus up off of Carefree Highway, it would be a 1.5458 tax on the $100,000. So our taxpayers will actually see $1 less, a little more than $1 less on their taxes for this. The language in the Truth in Taxation Notice is actually what's required by statute. We have no control over the language in that. So realistically, each taxpayer will see a reduction on this. Here's where we are tonight. We're approving the budget to be advertised. Following that, we will bring it back for adoption on July 12th. We will bring it back for our first revision on September 13th and back in May for our final revision. As a reminder, the governing board can adopt a budget in July that is less than what they approve for advertising, but it cannot adopt a budget for greater. So that is why we made sure we put in as many of the increases that we were aware of for the expenditure budget to submit to the state, is so that we could get those at time of adoption and estimate it as best we could before that final information came out. And I will take any questions.
Questions? Mrs. Paperman.
So can you explain the budget eliminates the 1.25% for the teachers' comp? What does that mean?
That 1.25, President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, that 1.25% teachers' comp was basically just a multiplier added to the base support level. And so it has no effect on what we pay teachers or anything that's allocated specifically to teachers. It's just, let's say last year the base support level was 40, I think it was 4350. And so that's what it's set at the state level. Any district who had the teachers' comp approved, and Deer Valley was a district that was lucky enough to have that, your base support level per student instead of the 4350 was multiplied by that 1.25%. So you had that slight increase on your base support level, allowing you a larger budget to allocate overall in your district.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the Deer Valley Education Foundation Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for 2022-23.
I second.
We have a motion and a second, and now it really is Jim's turn.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, there have been no changes to the MOU as we previewed it at the previous meeting, so I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, board members?
I just wanted Marie to wave.
A shout out to Marie Brennan, our DVF director. Thank you so much for all your support and everything you do for our district. Having said that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, so I would ask that the governing board approve consent agenda items 6A through 6N.
I second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion,
This is for the consent agenda. As always, there's just way too much in it the public doesn't have the transparency. So I have to vote nay.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
So that passed 4-1. Oh, and real quick before we go to 7A, I just wanted to make a note that all of our public comment requests were made at the report item. We had no other general public comments. Next.
All right, I would ask that the governing board approve all employee out-of-state travel per governing board policy GCC.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Mrs. Fisher has a question.
I am concerned when I look at this list because we have 850 accounts on here. I don't believe as a governing board we should be voting on funds for students to raise. I'm fine with us using auxiliary funds. I'm fine with us using tax funds, other fees. But your 850 accounts are funds. Essentially, we are saying that our students are going to go out and raise money for these items. Are the students going to vote on this? Have they voted on this?
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, yes, we do require student minutes before we process them in payroll or any student activities transaction. And so we would not be presenting them for approval if we didn't have the minutes already. But we can double check to make sure that we've got those items in hand to fit.
So we had students last year vote to commit students next year to raise money so that we can pay these out?
Typically, they already have the funds, but that's something that we could check on.
Because I just don't think it's appropriate for students to be raising money to pay stipends. I really just don't. I mean, don't parents pay in, did we remove the athletic fees?
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, note the governing board approved the athletic participation fee earlier this year for the 22-23 school year.
Okay, so is there any, I mean, do we just really not have the funds anywhere in auxiliary, in tax credit, in donations, in fees, and something else that we are having our students go out and raise funds to pay addenda?
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, we do allow a certain level of autonomy to the coaches based on what funds they have available. We do have double checks through payroll, through the finance department to make sure that the minutes are available for these, that the funds are available. We make sure These are addenda, since they're coming for pre-approval, these are in addition to. So a team could choose to raise funds for coaches in addition to what the district allocates. And that's typically, if it is a student activities fund, whether it's for band or whether it's for athletics, that's in addition to what the district allocates. And the athletic participation fee is going to help fund those coaches that the district allocates. So if they wanted a specific specialist for a sectional, for band, or a specific coach for athletics that helps teach a specific skill on a team, then they have the ability to, as a team, say, yes, that's something that we would like for our team in order for our team to get better.
Yeah, well, we did have students that would choose to raise funds and then hire specific individuals. But they never go before the governing board to put this onus on a student. That's my concern. This isn't our money. It's never our money. We are simply fiduciaries of student dollars.
So Mrs. Fisher, I think that, is it a retroactive expense? How do I want to say this? Are the funds already there? I know you said you need to check this, but it sounds like what Mrs. Fisher wants to know is, are the funds already there? So we're not requiring anybody to go do additional fundraising if the funds are already there.
No, that's not my question. My question is, and this is the concern, because there's so many of our student activities, they do leave money, either depending on the kids. Sometimes they will be back in the same club or group or what have you. So there's a lot of kids that will stay the same. My concern is that it comes before the governing board at all. This is not our money. This is not our decision to make. It never has been.
Well, how would they pay? Doesn't that go through the bookstore?
So,
Still
President
ignoring
O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, if I can clarify, I think what we're requesting approval from the governing board is for the employee to receive that amount, and we include the funding. We receive the minutes from the students, and they're the ones authorizing the expense through the minutes. I think what we're authorizing here is for the governing board to approve the addenda in its existence, and then it will become back at a future meeting for the board to approve a specific individual to receive that amount for this. So I do believe the approval is twofold, especially when it comes to the student activities. For any of the other funds, we wouldn't need the student minutes or any additional approval on the funds for
But
spending.
these are student funds. We wouldn't need to approve even the addenda. They would have to, it's whomever they would hire. They would 100% make this decision. It's their money. That's my concern.
But in order for it to go through the district to be paid,
it goes through the district already.
I understand, but am I incorrect that because it's going through the district, it has to be voted on by the government? The addenda process is something that this board, a governing board came up with in previous years.
Correct.
So let's say we don't have this process in place because we put this in place, some of us. And if the students voted and said, we want an assistant dance teacher that's not already in the budget, we want somebody to teach us to tap, they would vote to pay Ms. Johnson $1,500. They'd send that request to you all with the minutes. That would come still through us to approve that expenditure. Has it always been that way in Deer Valley?
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, yes. Any of the addenda that receive board approval, regardless of funding, anytime salary is approved, it comes to the governing board for approval.
Though, this is what I'm saying. We are, when it's, to use your example, we have a dance club. Let's say all of your daughters are in the dance club, and they want to have a coach to teach them to pirouette 1,000 times in 20 seconds. Awesome. They're going to raise that money. They're going to decide, well, I don't want Miss Jones to do it. I don't want, someone else to do it. We know of this awesome coach outside. They decide who that comes. The governing board in any district doesn't approve student activities purchases. Never have. So if we're approving an addenda, we're saying that these students who have earned this money and want to hire a coach have to hire our coach.
Ms. Mock?
And they may still do that, but
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, a club may choose, based on the individual they select, to be their choreography coach, their batting coach, their sectional coach. If it is already a district employee, but maybe it's, let's say, a band teacher that works at a different school, Deer Valley High School wants to take the band teacher from Highland Lakes to be one of their sectional coaches, for example, that individual would have to be paid through payroll. And so therefore, all of the payroll comes to the board for approval. Now, they could decide to choose an organization, an LLC, an individual outside of the district, not attached to the district. And in that case, it would go through the purchasing and requisition process, and we would use the minutes for that as well. And the board wouldn't have a pre-approval, but of course, the board would approve the voucher once it comes through on recommended action at that time. So the board does approve every one of our student activities transactions in one way or another.
correct, but we don't pigeon-toe them. That's my point.
But
We
I don't, if I'm,
even if we don't approve their addenda, a pre-addenda, if they decide, I want Harvey Kilman to be our coach, whether we approve it or not, they can bring that addenda forward because this is student money, student decision.
I hear what you're saying, and I think that having the pre-addenda position, which is what the board put in policy, is that every addenda had to come before us. We never made a differentiation between funding, whether you thought we did or didn't. There was no
Have to.
distinction.
The state law did.
So President O'Brien and Ms. Fisher, something that I think is important to point out is even, let's say, student council wants to hire someone to perform some type of function. Internal employee, let's focus there first. They still would be required to follow our guidance for protection and safety as far as hiring processes are concerned. So we would point them in the direction of making sure that if the employee's already one of our employees, they would follow all processes required by Human Resources. If they're not our employee and we're bringing them on board as an actual employee and not through a contracted agency, then they would have to follow fingerprint clearance card, expectations and so forth because of safety reasons. So because of all of that, the board would see those compensation changes for an internal employee on HR changes and as a new hire for someone coming from the outside.
We would. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically state law. We don't have to say that we don't have to differentiate the funds. That's not something, this is not, this is their money. It's their funds.
I don't disagree that it's their money
right.
and their funds. This process, we said that if a Deer Valley employee was going to receive an addenda, that there was going to be a pre-approval process for that addenda position. If these positions are approved that are associated with the 850 fund, does it mandate that they hire a district employee?
President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher, it does not, and I don't know if it helps or not. These items are brought to us from the schools and departments. So this is not a list that we are creating and bringing forward and saying that this school will use 850. Our process comes specifically from the school. So the club has already said, we would like to hire someone, and this is the fund that we would like to use out of the accounts we have available because it's the one that has enough funds in order to be able to facilitate that. I don't know if that helps or not.
So it's school driven. This request is school driven because or should say student driven through the school, because you get the request from the school, which comes from the students, which is part of our process to say if we're going to have an addenda for somebody, it has to come here. We created that process.
I respectfully disagree. Because what happens is we approve this, and then the coaches say, well, this is where you have to spend your money, so I need you guys to vote on this. Vote.
I don't know that that's ever happened.
I've seen it happen, Ms. Ordway.
So in this district?
I have seen it
Okay,
happen,
it's
and
in
I've
this
heard about it.
In this district?
In this district.
So could you
So
please
no,
send that to
I'm not gonna
whomever
argue
you're
with the
allowed
two
to
of you.
send it to, because
Vote
that doesn't
how
sound
you
like
want.
something I've ever seen, and I've been here
You
for
don't
13
listen,
years.
what
So
can I do?
can we call for the vote and get moving?
You can't, yes.
And go.
All those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Due to it being student money and not ours, I vote nay.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation and approve the certified and classified negotiated language tentative agreement number 71 for the 2022-2023 school year. Oh, is that a light?
I second.
Mrs. Moffett.
Okay, President O'Brien, governing board members, Dr. Finch, this negotiated agreement is coming back to you. The tentative agreement, for both classified and certified adjustments made based on feedback we received from the governing board back in May, I believe. May, early June, first meeting in June, perhaps. No, this is second meeting in June. May, it's late. Here we go. All right, so a reminder of participants, certified members are listed there, classified members listed here. I do know that we received a question from a governing board member regarding all participants that came together again to review the input from the board. All members that you see here, with the exception of Mr. Ray Utter and Michelle Benson, who is no longer working with us, and Matt has stepped in, participated, and the certified staff members did as well, with the exception of Kelly Fisher, who participated at a later date. So she still participated, not in the first meeting. So we're going to review some of these changes that don't have adjustments based on board feedback, while others will spend more time on. We did receive quite a bit of board feedback. Under professional growth with certified staff, this area, there were a couple of concerns or questions from the governing board. We've made an adjustment here, so I'll re-explain what we're looking at. The second bullet, or the first sub-bullet, what we're looking to propose here is that the district would allow for offering new certified hires the opportunity to receive credit for non-related master's degrees. If you recall, we did some research and found that it would be advantageous to us to do that, as our neighboring districts do already provide compensation for unrelated master's degrees. What we would like to do, this is a bit of an adjustment here. We were looking to implement this immediately for all hires to begin in the 22-23 year. What we would prefer to do is to be prepared with board approval, should the board approve this, that we would be able to prepare, and when we are hiring during the 22-23 year for the 23-24 year, we would know right away, starting in January, for example, when we start the staffing timelines, that we are asking for any non-related master's credits, and we would be able to honor those. The last bullet, we still would prefer to have the opportunity to run a full cycle and proportionately look at the amount of new hires who have non-related master's degrees and calculate our internal workforce to project what it might cost for us to allow for our internal workforce to submit 1A forms if they have been hired prior to the 23-24 contract year. So if you think of other processes that we have implemented in our history, there are some things that we have done when we had just drew a line in the sand and said, anyone hired after this point, we honor this. Anyone hired before, we just can't. That might be something we have to do here, but we would like to investigate that in this upcoming year, see if it's something that we could afford moving forward. The next section around fringe benefits, this is just a reminder around this area, as we didn't have any questions, but I do want to point out that this does apply to all employees in our system, classified, certified, and administrative, that we will be offering 2 leave options when someone qualifies for FMLA. They would be able to utilize their leave bank or not utilize their leave bank while out on that approved leave. The change there is that currently they also have a third option, and that is a hybrid model. And communicated with the board last time that that has caused many internal calculation problems as well as confusion with our employees. And we are the only district that we compared against that provides that third option. So some require you to use your leave, some provide you two options, and we are recommending that we provide two options moving forward. And then I can pause for a question.
So if a employee wants to take medical or FMLA leave or needs to, and they have only 4 weeks of leave, can they use their 4 weeks and then go into leave without pay? Or are you saying you have to pick one or the other at the front end?
President O'Brien, in that case, they would have chosen leave with pay. So they would exhausted their leave, and then after that, they would be on leave without pay.
And then your other option is just to go on leave without
And
pay.
to save those 4
And to
weeks
save
for a
those 4
future
weeks
day.
for later.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no changes here. Recommendation of moving from $12 to $15 an hour. We did not, I see, make an edit change on the refereeing. If you recall, we did on the tentative agreement, but not on this PowerPoint. Refereeing is outsourced now, and we do not provide a rate internally. All right, so this one might take a little bit of explanation because this is where we had the most dialogue with the board at the last meeting. So our groups came together to provide this updated recommendation. So the first bullet is that all available funds, this would be for all groups, remember, certified and classified, because we have parallel language now for certified and classified, and you'll see that later in this PowerPoint, that the available funds that are given to the certified staff or the available funds that are given to the classified staff will be distributed not to exceed 70%, with a balance being a flat dollar amount. So not a straight across percentage increase. However, this could allow for a straight across flat dollar increase. But if the group were to make a recommendation to also include a percentage increase, they could not exceed the 70%. So the remaining balance would have to be flat. That also would still allow for a 50-50, a 60-40, and so forth. And then secondly, the certified team will determine the split as outlined in A. So A is that first bullet. During the NST process, the classified language says the same. And then the third bullet that both groups preferred to add is that there be language in the off year in the future, that there would be a research-based reason, and I'll speak to that in a future slide here, that the group would exceed the 70%. And if that was the case, all NST members would have to agree, every single one of them would unanimously have to agree that they were willing to break or to exceed that 70%. And I think it's important to note that that's not easy to achieve. It is very rare that everyone sitting around the table 100% agrees with what is being recommended by any group. The process as it exists now is that each group individually follows their own methodology to bring a recommendation to the table, and then consensus is reached. In this case, to not follow the 70-30 model, every single member would need to agree. And we'll come back around to this. So on the classified side, there's really only one area that I'd like to point out because it's parallel to the certified. So again, leave is being recommended on the classified manual. The classified hiring schedule or how we would apply a pay increase is parallel. And then another thing that we had the opportunity to do in the last few weeks is just make sure that this language in the appendix is updated, and we wanted you to be aware of it, that since the board has approved the new salaries or hiring schedule for classified employees, that those ranges be reflected for transfer and reassignments within our system. So you'll see if an employee moves in our system between ranges 14 and 22, they would see an increase of 1% between those ranges or a decrease of 1% between those ranges. And if they were moving between 23 and all the way up to 50, it's 50, what is it? 55, then they would be seeing a 2% differential there, or increase or decrease. Okay, so I'd like to go over this quickly if I can, because it might help with what we're proposing with the salary recommendation. So what we heard from the governing board in the dialogue, and the dialogue that we had as a group following, what we heard from you were questions like, did employees understand, or maybe not even this last cycle, in the last 5 to 6 years, do employees understand what their options really were or are when we're making a recommendation? Were they educated appropriately when they were making those decisions? Were they able to make informed decisions based on the information we gave them and the options that we gave them? Did NST make decisions based on research-based data or on what employee surveys desired? Or was it a balance of both? And if we made those decisions more on what employees desired, it goes back to, were the employees educated appropriately so they could provide us the feedback in an educated fashion? In other words, would they have made a different decision had they been educated differently? And then we also heard, are all demographics, do they all have a voice? And are we collecting information from all of those areas? So this is what we are planning moving forward to address these questions. So the first bullet, our plan moving forward, and I'd like to invite Mr. Miglarino to make any comments in this area too, because he largely runs this, well, he does run the budget NST group, and this is the group that we're speaking about right now. That the negotiated solutions team will utilize current pay and historic pay trends to make research-based recommendations to the workforce. I want to point out that we certainly do this. Mr. Miglarino does a very nice job, Heather now, to bring current reports. Harley and Steve ask for a lot of additional information and reports and what-if scenarios, and those things do come to the table. But there's a reason why we put this bullet in, because we feel that if these types of things are driving our decisions, then these types of things should be exactly what we are communicating to the workforce that are driving our decisions and providing our rationale, as well as to the governing board as we are building our case. And then the second bullet, that NST would centralize messaging and communications with all employee groups. So when it comes time for that recommendation, the NST group overall will build, whether it be through video, through PowerPoint communication, exactly what the plan is for making the recommendations. So in this last year's case, we had option A, option B. Option A and option B would be explained by NST. The options that were put forward by classified group would be explained centrally by NST and would be rolled out all at the same time. Paired with that, NST would be collecting the survey information. So we would develop that survey that would go out to all staff, and in that survey we would want to make sure that we are collecting relevant demographic information, that we would be able to know how many years of service that employee has given us in our system. And that, again, important to note, it's anonymous, but we can also collect that information because that's important too. And that employees would have the ability to determine, when taking that survey, their own calculations before selecting a preferred option. And we know that an employee can move either direction. Sometimes knowing a rationale You can calculate your salary maybe in A and B, but you see the methodology and what the district is trying to achieve. And though you may not make as much money with option A, you're still going to select option A because you believe in the methodology. And the other might be true too. It might be your year where you really need higher compensation for your own personal needs, and you see the methodology, but you're still going to go with your selection. What we're trying to achieve here is to do or really improve participation, gather information that would, we hope, achieve or address the questions that the board asked, as well as the same questions that our group asked when we came back together after the board shared their information. I'll pause there and see if Harley or Steve would like to add any additional information, or Jim.
What I would like to add to the discussion is, by doing this and having it centralized through the district, it will make sure that working with our building administration and our departments and stuff, that people take the survey. So I think we will get a better turnout on our surveys. And again, because the whole NST team is developing the survey together, that what we put out will be something that will be could be considered more accurate, and make sure that everybody understands what's going on with that. And then having that some kind of calculator or some way for them to see how it pertains to them. But as Ms. Moffett said, being able to do that centralized message of what the district's goal is and the rationale behind it by using some kind of recommendations or research-based information will really help the employees, and even in my group, understand the reasons why we're trying to do what we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Moffett. Questions, board members? Mrs. Paperman?
So the NST, they have not created surveys in the past when it came down to the negotiation process.
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, yes, they do take surveys, but the surveys are led by each employee group individually. And so we're doing, our hope is to increase participation. And what Harley mentioned is that when it's coming from the district, could be an increased level of participation, as well as a more strategic structure and deployment of that survey, where we have a timeline associated with it. We ask principals to administer the survey in their next staff meeting, capture their classified workforces they're walking through to take this survey, or so on. Also, we have the ability to quality control the information that is going out, as well as the information or the survey that's being developed, and the survey that is collecting information and all the data coming back in.
So the NST will be a committee that will be creating the survey, or it's the NST that will be creating the survey as a committee. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Reed, did you have something? No? Mrs. Ordway?
Are we asking questions before you go back to where you were going back to?
It was an assumption that we would be coming back to this slide. So we're ready to come here if this is what you would like to discuss, or anywhere else that you would like to move.
I didn't know if anyone had anything for that.
Are you, so I do thank you for the distinction between consensus and unanimously approved. I do still have concerns that it be done so that it's in the best interest of the entire employee group instead of a few. The only thing that I'd like to see added still is the representation by a member the class, or sorry, of certified who has less than 10 years. I don't think that we have proper representation, and who is not a member of the association. Go ahead.
Just to let you know, we do currently have a member on our team. Mark Sides has only been in our district for 6 years. So he is newer to our district and to teaching. So he's only been teaching for 6 years. So we have tried to do, try to get some younger people involved. If you know of any younger people that would like to get involved, please let them know, because I'm always looking for that voice to come into the room.
Well, I also understand that, but my point is somebody who, I don't care if you combine them, but it's somebody who's younger and somebody who is not part of the association. So that can be a single person, or it can be a younger person who is a member, and then the other person can just be not an association member. That would be my one change to this for both classified and certified, is that perspective be there at the table. And I know that it's a huge learning curve, and that you want to have somebody who, hopefully will stick with it for a few years. But I do think it's important to have that perspective at the table. Just my 2 cents. That would be the change I would add.
So with that being said, instead of holding this up, there could be a good faith agreement from those sitting at the table that would happen now, not waiting until we vote on this again, but that would happen now without it being in writing. Is that something that we could do?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, are you speaking specifically to a member on the team?
To what Steve just wrote down that Mrs. O'Brien said.
So the note that I made was kind of a clarification in my mind from some of the wording and some of the conversation, that it wasn't necessarily just the DVEA that would need or should provide an additional perspective from somebody who's not only maybe younger than the old guy.
A non-member that might.
And a non-member that's newer to the district and is interested in learning and giving input. So that's kind of the note that I wrote there, and is something that, we would have no problem doing. And I think Harley has said the same thing. It's not
I'm just saying, if we can do that without it holding this up, and then we can put it in there if we need to, but it just seems to be something that's been asked for a while, and it's nice that you're looking at it. And I don't know how you would find your non-association member.
A bribe them.
That might be something that you guys can figure out and let us know.
It's not that hard when you go around and network it a little bit. You can find people that are willing to get involved. As one of our new NST members for classified, Eric, came through some networking and is getting very, very active. So I know there's people out there that'll do it. So
I think the board is likely just interested in the certified and the classified groups, but NST configuration does also require administration participation. And all administration, building level administration, is part of BLT, so you would not be able to find a non-member in that case.
Right. I don't
They
think
also
you
don't
need-
have a negotiated agreement.
Correct. That's
So
why it's
what
the
you
same.
are requesting here, should that be part of your action? What am I thinking?
An
The
amendment,
motion, thank you.
An
Should that be
amendment to the
part of-
motion to include that there be a person who is not a member of the association and has less than 10 years
then that would also be included as part of
Then
the
you would-
tentative agreement and would be an adjustment to link.
Right, okay. Then I would move to amend to have that
And then
added
will we
to the
put a
language.
regulation in how they're chosen? I mean, or are we gonna, how are we gonna do that part?
President O'Brien, if I might, in the language, it currently says that the individual employee groups will select from their membership. So in that section of the language, we would just amend that to include, and so you would just need to clarify, each employee group has 3 members on it now. So is the clarification, we're adding a 4th member to each of those groups, or one of their 3 needs to be identified as such?
One of their, I would just replace one of their 3 so as to not make the group bigger, but I'm open to.
Yeah, with that amendment, we can bring back the language, even in a Friday update for you guys to know where exactly it would be altered in the actual manuals, both certified and
But we could
classified.
vote on it tonight for it to move forward.
I believe that's correct.
Yes, Mrs. Fisher.
I know that the BLT is all of our campus leadership, but we have a lot of administrators who are not part of the BLT. Couldn't we add an extra administrator from, that's not?
All BLTs are all administrators are part of the BLT, correct?
All building level administrators, but we do have non-building administrators
that's what I'm
on
saying.
NST. We do. I am that person.
Okay.
Mr. Huria
But we already have a
serves as that
couple.
person. But we certainly, I would have no issue bringing another representative forward that is not
Your voting
HR.
members?
I'm sorry?
Your voting members of the committee? Yes?
As far as the unanimous approved would be required, yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that each group was represented, not, both association and non-association for all groups.
Okay. Good, Mrs. Paperman?
So my question is, I know teachers have their own associations, classify and certify their members. We also have, even within districts, like that have membership in the AEA that we do not disclose. But my question is that within districts, they can be considered non-members too. Not only the certified and not only the classifieds. So are you specifically trying to say that you're not looking at the non-members within the district personnel, you're looking for non-members for classified and
For both,
okay.
certified and classified. Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Can I say something first?
Sorry, yes, sir.
Can we look to at least have 4 members on there? Because like right now, we have 3 standing members and an alternate. So if we just make our alternate as a permanent member and then that be the additional person that you guys are looking for. Because, for example, we currently have 4 people that attend 99% of the meetings. So
I guess I'm not,
I don't,
So you
I don't
would take
understand.
3 added, and the 4th would be a non-member. Is that what you're saying?
you have an alternate, but your alternate, who's your alternate
make the
person?
alternate an actual member instead of an alternate, and that would be the non-member, I guess, because then you would have still the 3 normal members that are voting, and then instead of having an alternate, they would be just a member of the team now.
So a non-member of the association would be on the team, and 2 members of the association would be on the team.
3. So there would be currently, we have 4 members that attend every meeting.
Okay.
We have-
And your alternate would be one of your members. So then you would have to have 2 alternates, right?
No, we
How
would
does
have.
that work? No?
Oh, I think,
President
let me see if I can clarify. So I think that with the board's request that we have a person that is, has less than 10 years of service and a person that is a non-association member, that might be one person. However, that might be hard to find one person that's both. so Harley is wondering if instead of having 3 members, they're able that each group was then able to have 4 members to accommodate the board's new request.
To clarify, currently, they have 3 seats plus an alternative. So 4 people, DVEA people, come into NST. So what Harley is proposing is that he maintain the 3, get rid of the alternate, and now the alternate becomes the non-DVEA less than 10 years of service.
Does the alternate vote?
Yes,
Well, but the person won't be an alternate.
but they wouldn't be an alternate now. We would consider them an actual.
So you would have
there would be
four-
no alternates anymore.
There still would
So
be
it'd be
4 certified members like there is now.
So there's 4 certified. Within that would be 1 non-association member. And Steve, you can do the same thing?
Yes.
And that keeps the numbers small and it keeps the group workable, Mr. Miglerino?
Definitely.
Oh, wow, that's cool. So are we voting now?
Right now, you just have 2 with an alternate.
I'm so confused about the alternate.
The amendment's in your, look at the amendment, see if that's what you're saying.
Steve, can I ask you a question? Why were you shaking your head? What was your thought?
I guess my thought was that the alternate was a non-voting member, and I may be incorrect about that. I thought we had 3 members on each of the employee groups. The alternate was a fill-in, was
Right.
my interpretation of it. The alternate was a fill-in if somebody couldn't be there, but there was 3 votes from each employee group. And am I hearing that there was 4? I don't know that it would have ever made any difference in the votes that we did,
Because we didn't vote.
but
Well,
So Mr.
so using 3 and changing the term alternate to non-member is fine with me.
So
And
what
how
does
does that
that
work
do
with
for
the
BLT
BLT?
then? Because, oh,
Well, if I could add the possibility that I'll just generically say facilities, IS&T, transportation, food service are not represented in the building leadership team, it's possible that somebody from one of those areas could fill that position.
awesome. We'd like a 4th person for BLT to cover one of those areas. I hope somebody got that.
A 4th non-BLT.
What?
I just think
Mrs. Fisher?
I think we just water it down if we do that. The whole point was that we were making it 2 and 1, and then they'd still have their alternate. But now we're gonna keep it as the 3 and then just add 1, and they lose their alternate. So basically, nothing changes. We just add a non-member. I think it's kind of skewed.
Well, if the alternates are, so Mr. Miglerino, do the alternates vote or not? I mean, that's part of the confusion, which is why I was trying to keep it to, it sounded like we had 3 from each group, and those are voted, those are the folks who voted, and if I was one of those people and I didn't show up, my alternate, Mrs. Fisher, would vote for me.
President O'Brien, technically, they would not be voting members, but we did allow them to provide input. I kind of liken this to the jury selection. So we had the alternates there in case somebody was not able to fulfill their duties. They still would have all the background information. So I don't think we ever excuse them from the vote to be official or technical about it. But I think that if we had anything such as the language that's being proposed tonight, we would not have counted their vote in the unanimous tabulation. But we did seek their input, and they were attending the meetings.
Thoughts?
I think the numbers are good. What was the rationale, Jim, for the alternate anyway? I mean, in the beginning, if you remember that far back.
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, I think there was an occasion, and this is just going from recall, not that I can rely on that at this hour confidently. I think we had an occasion where we had somebody that needed to be substituted at some point in time, and so we made the provision for the alternate to be able to have somebody that would be up to speed, because we do spend a great bit of time. We start in September. Gathering information and making sure that we didn't have to start from a ground zero point if somebody wasn't able to fulfill their position through the entire course of the process.
Go ahead.
So with that rationale, I know it's late, but do you see the wisdom in having 4 voting members and no alternates, or?
I think the difference, if I may, is just the percentage of the non-member vote, right? So of their group, you're either getting 33% with 3 members and 1 being a non-member, or 25% if it's 4 members and the 4th member being non-member. So, but there is nothing that requires a unanimous vote from anything other than this language that's being proposed now. So I think the perspective is you would get input from somebody that may or may not have been represented before, because there was no criteria like that in the selection process. But there is no unanimous vote that's required from any employee group for them to bring anything forward through the NST process.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to be clear that the person with less than 10 years could be an association member as long as there is somebody who has less than 10 years and somebody who is a non-member. They can also be the same person, but they don't have to be, right? Because that makes sense? Okay, and then we're going to represent BLT from somebody else with the other group based on the language that we'll have here. And we have a second to an amendment. No, what is this? I'm going to
Second.
accept a friendly motion to my amendment.
Second?
All those in favor to amend the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And now we'll vote on the motion as amended.
Yes, the amended motion is.
So we voted to amend the motion, and now we need to vote to approve the motion as amended.
Do you want me to read it?
Sure. I don't have it up.
Okay.
Still doing that. Stay tuned.
That was
No, we
what
already
did.
voted to amend the motion. Now we're voting on the
Now we're-
amended
oh, now it
motion
went
to
away.
approve it.
Where'd it go? Yeah, that's what I thought was
It
up,
went
now
away.
It's gone away. Right.
So can you put it back up again? We need to vote to approve it again. So there needs to be 2 votes, one to amend it, one to approve it.
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor of approving the amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for your work, and sorry for the very late night. Very sorry. Preview for Governing Board Policy JLF.
Okay. President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, this is proposed new language and a preview of policy JLF. All of the existing language that's in the current policy would remain. The only change to this policy is the addition of new language, which describes some posting requirements regarding neglect, when to call 911, and some requirements about the website for where to report abuse. This is not new for us, but it is just codifying it in language. And this is it here on the screen. In this, we would come forward next board meeting looking for approval for this language, but this is the preview now.
Any questions right now? No. Hearing none. We are going to, Mrs. Mock, for insurance proceeds.
It's okay, I'll admit. President O'Brien, members of the board, this is relatively easy. Standard procedure, we are required to have governing board approval to spend any of our insurance proceeds that we receive throughout the school year. These are typically for minor incidents on campus, vandalism, et cetera, where we would submit a claim to Valley Schools and they would reimburse us for that claim. And that's why, excuse me, the amount is, we take into consideration the amount we have on hand now, what we think we might use for claims in the coming year. And so we are previewing it tonight and we'll ask for approval at the next board meeting.
I'll try that again. Any questions? Hearing none. Superintendent goals. Dr. Finch.
Yes. In the interest of time, you haven't seen these goals before, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But really, the purpose and why we are doing this, we, as you know, we're approaching a $280 million business with tens of millions in assets and capital. So we want to operate like a business and make data-based decisions. We also want to align with our strategic plan and that all our employees align to the superintendent goals. We adjust every year as we learn new things about data that tell us a different story if we're making progress or not. In my opinion, the goals shouldn't significantly change every year. But they should be tweaked. I also agree that, or believe that our strategic plan should, and our goals and our mission and our vision should always be, have a purpose. And so they shouldn't be wildly changing every year as well. And this weighted system was actually designed by a previous board. So just to fill you in on quickly, here's our strategic plan. These are the 4 priorities off to the left that we are the superintendent goals are based upon: excellence in student learning, workforce performance, stakeholder relationships, and organizational improvement and accountability. The weight is determined by the board, will be determined the next time we get together, using the same format that you've already seen as we've done this previously. By the end of the school year of 23, 3 or more of the indicators, and we have 4 there. And again, we'll have about 5 slides, 4 or 5 slides. So this is probably our heaviest lift. This is why we are here is education. So you'll see that the gaps is what this was all about. Our math gaps, our EL gaps related to specifically special education, EL, and ethnicity. We have several data points in there in your packet. And there's some good examples, for example, things that we've been making progress on, but we are not there yet. As you can see the gaps. In SPED Ed, special education, and Gen Ed, the difference. In EL, we have it by groups. That's for the new assessment. Here's another one here related to ACTs. Another area that we are improving, but not there yet. Here's 2 other data points that illustrate the same thing. we have actually lots of data on our gaps, so that's why we think it's still important. So here's some more examples, individual ones per each. The smaller groups, 2nd through 5th, 6th through 12, 3 through 8, different breakdowns. Here's kind of an additional point, and this is the reason why we include this is we think that SEL impacts learning. We believe that wholeheartedly, so that is something that we are going to continue to emphasize as we think social emotional learning is directly tied to performance. So we are currently doing 2 regions with our panorama approach on keeping an eyeball on kids on how they feel like they belong at their school. And so we're going to continue to do that. But all this is all around student learning. Second one is workforce performance. 4 of the 5 here. We're adding 2 more angles. You have seen 1, 2, and 3. We just raised the percentages from the year before because we are making progress, but we want it to continue to get better. It's the first one is district office open input. The second one is I am satisfied with my job. It's already getting high. It's up to 83. Well, we hope it'll be 83% by the end of the year next year. Communication is the third one. And the last 2 is we drilled down to the 2 data pieces in our system. And this is not news to you. We talk about this all the time about our special education positions and our custodial positions. So we want to laser focus in on those 2. So we'll align our resources and systems to raise those numbers, each by 3% what they currently are today. More laser focus there. Again, the weight to be determined. Here's some more data that we found those areas where we need to raise them. So our staffing reports will be important next year. We already do that for you or have done that for you in the past. I know that was 2 areas that you've been concerned about and asked. We put them in the Friday updates throughout the years. So we're going to pull it out and make it a part of the superintendent's goal. 3, the stakeholder relationships. There are 4 out of 5. Again, you've seen the first one before. You've seen the second one before. ADM, we predict, or we are projecting 1% in our budget, student ADM. So we are going to align with that. There is one variable that is new as of a week ago, or maybe 10 minutes ago when it got signed by the governor, and that is full-blown ESAs, which may have an impact on our enrollment. We do not know what that will turn into, and actually no one knows. So we think that's a comfortable number. K-3 enrollment is new, and gifted enrollment is new, again with our switch to see higher enrollments in gifted, and with Las Brisas and the new boundaries, we need to focus more on that as well. Here's some more data where we found those points. As you notice, the ADM increased 21 to 22 and 21 to 22 in the second one. 2.4 because the gifted weights it was added. So that's a new thing. And there are new weights that are being added next year. So again, we don't know exactly where that's going to land, but that's our best guess as another variable, if that makes sense. Last one, organizational improvement. You've seen these before, most of them. A couple of them we've added and changed or updated. One is we are currently in A+. We want to keep this rating. And we also want to continue to focus on the Auditor General's report. So we don't want to be identified as a high-risk district. That third one you've seen before, and the fourth one you've seen before, we want to increase our parent community satisfaction survey by 3%, and district uses effectively by 2%. So if you've seen those before, we're making progress, but we're not there. And then there's some more data and rationale where we found that. And again, we talk about this a lot. So this is a preview item. We'll vote on next July 12th at our next board meeting. So if you have any questions, ideas, changes, you can send to myself or Ms. Taylor. That'd be fine too. And again, when you're running through our data, if there's anything that you've noticed that we need to focus on that we may have missed, let us know. We'll have to determine the 4 goals weight. We did that last time as 25% each. That's what I recommend, but you can weight them differently if you think one should be greater than the other. And then after that, all employees and all alignment will come from the superintendent goals throughout the system, and resources will be allocated accordingly, just like it has been the last couple of years. Questions?
Mrs. Paperman.
So who creates the surveys to measure your goals?
The surveys have been going out for a long time. How many years? Decade? Yeah, they're what we try to do with surveys in general is to keep them the same so they can be compared each year to each other. We keep tweaking the survey, then it's not giving us a true picture of the data, because you have to start with a new baseline. So if there are changes that you want to add to the surveys that you've seen, let us know, and we can start with a new baseline.
Okay, any other questions or updates or?
I do.
Mrs. Fisher?
As always, there's no deliverables whatsoever for the superintendent. I would like to see real goals that actually have deliverables, accomplishments, something, other than if the employees do their job, his goals are met. So I would like to see some sort of deliverables, some sort of actual expectation, perhaps, that we have him implement something that would lead to the success of these of the strategic plan. I do believe Dr. Weitenheimer left us with a wonderful foundation, and I do believe we need to follow it to get to where we need to be, but there should still be some sort of performance for an evaluation and deliverable. That could be a anti-bullying project that leads towards the employee satisfaction. It could be something. But even when, well, what is it, the ISLIT? Even though you may work in the district office and it doesn't necessarily apply in the same way it would on the campus, you should still be able to show data, empirical data, that your actions made a difference. And so that would be an expectation I would like to see at some point. That's my input.
Yeah, that's how the whole system is set up, from the superintendent to every employee. Principals have their performance based and their goals based on performance of their teachers. Teachers are based on their performance of students. It's how our whole system is set up. So that's how we are a high-performing system. All of our goals are aligned to the same objectives.
They each provide data that they had
Correct.
an impact. It's not.
Who do you think
that's
makes
what
those
I'm saying.
decisions?
You're telling me that
Me.
you're.
I do.
You do. I
Yeah.
don't think so. But I see no evidence of that.
Argue with the data.
I guess that's what I'm asking for, is evidence of contribution and actual performance.
Argue with the data, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, thank you very much.
You don't.
We're going to governing board reports. Mrs. Paperman?
I would like to bring up the open meeting law. I know Dr. Finch has concerns with emails. Like, I have no control if a governing board is going to CC me with any email. And I know, Dr. Finch, you mentioned that I will be at risk with open meeting law. So I'm just trying to understand, like, how would I be at risk if I'm not communicating with that individual and I'm not sending that email to the governing board? And which I have stated in previous email that I don't want to be part. If there's discussion, if it's going to be something related that is on the agenda. But so far, the emails has not been related to the agenda, so I don't know how I will be at risk.
That's a good question. I can actually get.
You can't answer it.
No, what I can say is I can get from our attorney to get to answer that question.
You can do that. Sorry.
What's that?
I apologize. You can say that. I was.
Oh, okay.
Was
That's
afraid
where
you
I
were
was
going to
going.
answer. Thank
Yep,
you.
I can get that for you.
And more information. Okay. Is that all? Okay, Mrs. Fisher.
I'm going to keep it short because I got to be at work at 7 a.m. and I still have 2 errands to run before I go home. I've had a lot of communication with individuals in the district that are concerned about our social emotional learning. And they've asked me to where certain things have been approved. And I did use the search function in board docs, and a lot of them that are in existence, I don't see where they were ever board approved. And so I would ask that we do a review of all social emotional programs that are in the district. And if there is information where they were board approved, if you could provide that. The other 2 questions I got, and this is where I'm assuming they contacted me due to my history with the individual and others' history with the individual. But I have been asked if Bloom 365, regarding that, if Adeota was a peer club advisor. And I don't know the answer, but I would like an answer to that as well. Secondly, it was a screenshot of a Deer Valley page was provided where it still has Adeota as a prevention coach. And he is still listed as a prevention coach on our websites, which is to me an atrocity. And so I would ask that the district remove him, considering he is under indictment for child molestation. And so those are 2 of the main things that I've been hit with by parents, is the concerns about the SEL, the lack of board oversight, and specifically the issues with Adeota. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher, when you talked about Bloom 65, I just wanted to get that clarified because I think that it's a resource, and I wanted you to clarify that because I want to know if we did
We
go
can't
through.
clarify it right now.
The
No,
question
no.
for the district.
I know, but we can't. Okay.
Okay.
You
Can't
make it part
discuss
of
it.
your board report? Thank you. Mrs. Reed?
Today was finals day for all of our high school students that were taking summer classes for Aspire. So congratulations for finishing summer school, and thank you to all of our Aspire teachers who spent the last few weeks facilitating that and answering questions. And I hope now that all of our students can officially enjoy summer break for the next few weeks before they start getting ready to go back to school. Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Ordway.
Dr. Galligan, if you could clear up for me when we have our health classes for our high school health classes, if what all the resources are that teachers can avail themselves of, and is Bloom 65 one of the resources? And you don't need to answer me now, just get it into a board report so everyone can see the information.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Tunis, and Alexis and Stephanie with our national board certified team. It was really my honor to go to Tucson and present with them to, I want to say it was about 13 or 14 other school districts who are interested in, I guess, jump-starting their NCBT program, no, NBCT, I always say it out of order, sorry, programs. And so, really was great to sit down with those ladies and talk about it from all the different levels, from the teachers to district office and from a governing board perspective. So thank you for all that they do to keep building up our numbers for that. And I hope folks get to take a break over the next couple of weeks. And Dr. Finch, we'll hear from you for your superintendent's report.
I'll be short as well. Again, thanks to Aspire and the Pathways teachers that are finishing up, and the students that brave the car to the building at 110 and back. Thank goodness we have good AC, so they get to enjoy learning inside. I just wanted to thank, there were a couple of legislators that were super important. So I just want to thank them publicly for their journey. Paul Boyer on the Senate side and Michelle Udall on the House side were key pieces of the puzzle, negotiating puzzle, as the budget marched through. They were key players, and for the bipartisan budget to finally make it through, they were put a lot of political capital and time and effort into making sure that it got across the finish line. We moved from 49th in the nation, I believe, up to 45th. So that's something we can brag about. All the accountability stuff that was added in the different programs and different systems that were designed that we worked on in particular was all stripped at the last minute because obviously it applied to charters. So all that accountability stuff was removed. But in general, it was a historic day when the governor signed today to, in our case, bring some dollars to Deer Valley. So I wanted to thank particularly those two that put in extra effort and held the line to make sure that the legislature mirrored the voters' decree a year and a half earlier to put more dollars into education. So thanks.
Awesome. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn at 11:10 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, and our meetings are posted. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.